Thanks for joining us this afternoon, Jan, Megan, and team. We've got 3 hours with you this afternoon, and we've got a structured agenda we will try and work through the afternoon, but we're not terribly strict on these things here. So if there's some ebb and flow, that'll be fine if you're able to work with that. Give you the opportunity to have some opening remarks, and then we will into questions with you.
Perfect. Thank you. Afternoon, everyone. Chair, committee members, thank you for the opportunity to come and talk with you today. My name's Jan Luxon. I'm the chair of ACC, and next to me is Megan Lane, and we're also joined by some of our executive team. After my opening remarks, Megan will add some comments and introduce the members of the executive team. Then obviously we're available for committee questions. ACC continues to support injured New Zealanders. It's been a treasured part of New Zealand society for over 50 years, delivering no-fault insurance for personal injury. We know New Zealanders value the scheme, and we're very aware of our role as stewards of the scheme to make sure it's available for current and future generations. For the last decade, the size of the scheme has continued to grow each year in volume of claims and in cost to support and rehabilitate injured people. In 2025, ACC received more than 2 million claims, 71,000 more than the year before. We accepted 99% of these claims. Of the new claims, 55% were accepted within a minute and 80% were accepted within 24 hours. More complicated claims such as treatment injuries, sensitive claims and work-related mental injuries take longer to assess, and on average it took 57 days to issue a cover decision on these cohort. We spent over 8.1 billion in medical treatment, rehabilitation support and weekly compensation, an increase of 1 billion over the previous year. The overall deficit of the scheme for the year was 1.5 billion, significantly better than the 2024 deficit of 7.2 billion. This was primarily due to the reduction in the outstanding claims liability, which is the future cost of known claims. ACC manages one of New Zealand's biggest investment funds of 54 billion, and the investment team performed very well with returns above the benchmark again. The investment fund is designed to ensure there are sufficient reserves to cover the lifetime cost of injuries that have already occurred. This reflects the principle of intergenerational equity. However, the total account reserves were 13.8 billion negative as at June 2025. ACC's experienced a year of internal and external challenges. The scheme is under pressure, with more people spending more time away from work after injury, taking more time to recover, while the cost paid for treatment and rehabilitation continues to rise. The two key drivers of the increase in outstanding claims liability are the volume and costs of claims and the rehabilitation performance of returning people to work or independence. Claims costs grew with inflation and wage growth for health services, and the gap between our funding via levies and appropriations and the new year claims costs stubbornly remains. Deterioration in rehabilitation performance is an ongoing challenge, continuing the decade-long trend despite the hard work of our people and the providers. ACC's injury prevention activities have also not yet made a significant impact on the reduction of injuries. But we're taking action to tackle the challenges. We're determined to be a high-performing organisation with a safe, positive and inclusive culture, focusing on our core purpose of supporting people to recover from their injuries. There have been 3 reviews conducted over the past 12 months. The board commissioned an external review of ACC's culture. The Minister for ACC commissioned a review of ACC's case management practices, and Treasury commissioned a review of ACC's investment function. The board and executive welcomed the guidance provided by the reviews. We've committed to acting on the recommendations from each of them, and work has commenced. ACC has developed a turnaround plan, which includes the recommendations that is aimed at improving social rehabilitation decision-making, supporting clients to return to work or independence, working differently with providers, and resetting ACC's strategic direction and priorities. We recognise we can improve our performance and have started work on initiatives in claims management, our operational decision-making, how we engage with providers, and our cultural reset. A new strategy to strengthen our core and direct our efforts will be shared with our people this month. We're pleased that there have been promising signs in our rehabilitation performance. As a result of the changes in our case management practices, the return to work and independence rates are improving, and the growth rate in the long-term claims pool has reduced. Expenditure across key areas of weekly compensation, social rehabilitation, and elective surgery is forecast to be lower than our budget, reflecting performance improvements and our deliberate focus on the management of costs. I want to thank our frontline staff in particular for the huge effort to achieve these performance results. But while we recognise our part in ensuring the scheme is sustainable, we need others to consider the impact they're having on the scheme's future. Given over the next 12 months, we'll work with clients, employers, and providers to focus on what they can do to prevent injuries, help rehabilitation outcomes, and respect the scheme's purpose and boundaries. People accessing more treatment, services, and financial support than needed places pressure on providing services to those who genuinely need it, and on the ability for the scheme to continue for future claimants. The costs of ACC are paid by everyone, and we all have a part to play in protecting it for future generations. I'll now hand over to Megan for her comments.
Thanks, Jan. Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. I'd like to quickly introduce the members of my executive team that are here with us today. So next to me is Michael Frampton, our DCE Service Delivery. And then behind me, we've got Andy Milne, who's in the role at the moment of Executive Lead Scheme Sustainability until later this month. Next to him is David Iverson, our Chief Investment Officer. Then we've got Stuart McRoby, our DCE Corporate and Finance. And then we've got Renee Graham, who's acting in the role of DCE Strategy, Engagement and Prevention. And we look forward to discussing and responding to your questions around ACC's performance over the last 12 months. I'd just like to highlight a few specific examples of achievements over the last 12 months to support Jan's opening remarks. We will talk more about the turnaround in return to work and rehabilitation. I want to just touch on a couple of the things we've done to get there. So last year we talked about the need to invest in more one-to-one case management. I'm pleased to say that we did invest the 250 additional roles to set up a team to give one-to-one case management to all of those clients who had been receiving weekly compensation for over a year. We're also providing that one-to-one support to all of our new weekly compensation clients to really keep them connected to work with them early in their recovery journey. We've also invested in the capability of our team. We've got a lot of new case managers at ACC. So in addition to expanding our capacity, we're also focused on uplifting the capability, empowering our frontline teams to be able to make decisions closer to clients. And I'm sure Michael can touch more on some of the training and support we're developing there, so particularly so that we get consistent, appropriate decisions that are in line with our legislation, in particular with some of the supports that we provide. As Jan said, we're also working in new and different ways with our important partners, the health providers, the 30,000 or so providers that deliver the rehabilitation and treatment. We know that those providers, because they tell us, want more information to enable them to play their part in rehabilitation. So an example of what we've done there is we've developed new dashboards and tools that we're sharing with surgeons and GPs to give them information to help them monitor the return to work of their patients, who are also our clients. And it also shows how they're doing against their peers so that they can learn and improve as well. We're using technology to improve both our effectiveness of decision making and our efficiency of that. Like most organisations, we're looking at how we can leverage AI to help us in that. We're using AI in our call centre to quickly identify why a client might be calling and direct them straight to the area that can help them rather than handing them around. We're also piloting AI in our frontline teams to summarise call notes for clients so that the case manager can move quickly to the next steps. We're trialling the use of AI to identify where a client might need additional support from us or a further review by a staff member. And generally, as a big transactional organisation, we do see, if carefully thought through, a number of opportunities where we can use AI to free our people up to make the right decisions faster and get that support to people who need it. We're also focused as good stewards of the scheme on ensuring that levy payers and taxpayers' money is used appropriately. As Jan said, we get over 2 million new claims every year, and in a scheme of our size, there is always the risk of people taking advantage of abuse of the scheme. And we have an obligation to identify and address any instances of fraud, waste, abuse. So we've strengthened and renamed our fraud prevention and investigation team. We've increased the team by 26. We're also working more closely with Inland Revenue on good information sharing so we can pick up anomalies early before they become a financial burden both for a client and for ourselves.
We might round it off just about there and see if anything else comes up that you've got in terms of answers to questions.
Sure.
That's right.
Thank you.
Cool. Fire away, Camilla.
Thank you. Thanks very much for joining us. Lovely to see you in your new role, relatively for our committees point of view. There's been 3 significant reviews of ACC that you've covered, covering a large number of the functions that ACC requires: internal staffing, the way that you deal with people who have been injured in New Zealand, and also the extremely large asset that you hold on behalf of levy participants and people who would stand to receive compensation on behalf of the ACC scheme and government, because of the huge investment the government does make as well. What of those, you said that you have taken those on board and you're interested in implementing those recommendations. What actual changes have you made as a result of those 3 reviews in terms of the way ACC functions?
Kick off. So the board asked for and commissioned an independent review for culture to see where we stood and what we could do to make sure that we're a high-performing and a safe and positive environment. And what we've done, there were 10 recommendations. We're already implementing on 7 of those, and 3 need some more scoping before we start implementation. So we've looked at things like processes on speak up, making it clear where people can speak up and get their concerns raised and dealt with. Policy on behavioural, so it's specific for staff. The operational review and the investments review are all focused and included in the turnaround plan. They will have different timelines on when they'll be implemented, but we can definitely see some changes already in terms of the case management results that have come from those recommendations. So all of the recommendations will help us.
And just to follow up, so in terms of the 3 that are not yet implemented, and in terms of the 7 that have been already started and accepted, what practical change has that made in ACC? The accepted ones, and then if you could move on to the 3 that you haven't yet accepted, that you haven't started on.
Yeah, so in terms of practical changes, I guess the first thing I'd say is the 10 recommendations are each quite significant. We've been really clear we don't want to tick a box and say, yes, we've updated a policy, for example, in the case of the recruitment policy. Yes, we've revised the policy, but I wouldn't say we're done and dusted, because we actually need to make sure we've got that communicated across the organisation, expectations reset, and it has to be embedded, and our people have to see and feel that it's a fair, equitable process. Some practical things are we've already been out and engaged all of our people on what it means to work at ACC to develop a new set of values. As Jan said, this month we'll share with our people the new strategy, which actually addresses both the culture review and the case management review recommendation, which was to simplify, to get back to the core of what we do, to be really focused and make it really clear for our people how the work they do every day aligns with that core purpose. So I'd say that is a very live thing at the moment. Some of the other practical things, as Jan said, are refreshing our speak up policy, changing the provider of our engagement survey, or going back out to market for that. But it's what underpins that that's really important. It's how we do it, how we bring our people with us. So I just don't want to say that we've ticked off 6 recommendations.
And quite honestly, creating culture is a long run project. You can't do things and then expect them to change. You actually have to lead the culture that you want and demonstrate it on a regular basis.
And we really valued the feedback that our people gave us through the culture review. You know, we totally accept that as a big bureaucratic organisation spread across the country, we've got work to do to make sure that every person at ACC, feels really proud to come and be part of ACC, understands why we do some of the things we do, or why we have to make some of the trade-offs we make. So, a big part of that is supporting our almost 500 people leaders to be able to lead through that. So that, that's a big group of people, without the rest of the 4,800 or so people that we need to really bring on that journey.
Just follow up from that. So are you confident now that if a member of ACC staff has an issue with performance or conduct of someone who's senior to them within the organisation, that will be dealt with more effectively than it was prior to the culture review?
Yes, I'm confident that it will be dealt with more effectively. As I say, we still have work to do to have our people have confidence in that, so they will speak up. But yes, I'm confident the processes have been strengthened.
Just the other thing that we're focusing on in this first part is the turnaround plan, which was first mentioned by the Minister on the 1st of October in a media release that was published. And I just wondered if you could explain the progress on that since that date, and how the different reviews will be feeding into that turnaround plan.
So the turnaround plan is a multi step or action, and what management is doing, what the board is oversighting is step or action by action progress. Obviously, they have to be prioritised because you can't do everything at once. So we're monitoring the actions against the plan on a monthly basis, and it contains all of the recommendations out of the reviews, plus some additional things that the board wants to have a look at the same time.
So when we talk about the turnaround plan, this document that you're working to, is this something that you're going to be sharing with in a more formal sense?
Yes.
And what's the timeframe on that?
I think it has to go to minister, and then I think it will be published. So it'll be published with the strategy. Yes.
Okay. I suppose I wondered what the delay was, in the sense that we've had a media release from the minister on the 1st of October. We're now the 1st of December, saying it will be made shortly. Why is that the plan that you're already working to not being made public?
I think.
Yeah, from our point of view, we developed the turnaround plan in response to the reviews. It's actually essentially our business plan for the coming year, and it has some actions that go beyond that. We've been reporting on it internally since July, I think. It will evolve as we go, but it sets out the sort of 40 plus actions that are really important in response to the 3 reviews, plus, as Jan says, other things we need to do to turn around rehab performance. The minister's been really clear publicly that he wants us to improve more. And so, this is our response to that. And when it's the right time for that to be made public, it will be. But from our point of view, we're focused on delivering against the plan.
Okay.
And it's a working document, so.
We'll go to Parmjit.
Thank you. So my question is about your performance against the strategic benchmarks. I see that all except one, all are achieved except one, which says ongoing. This is about saying we will be increasing the value delivered through treatment and rehabilitation services via high quality, efficient, and effective commissioning of health services. And this will include shifting to a model of value-based commissioning, including the design of a new end-to-end commissioning model. Can you elaborate on ongoing, and I mean, what are the challenges there that this wasn't kind of achieved?
Yeah. It's a big deliverable to transform how we commission across the $4.5 billion of procured services. Look, we had some changes in personnel along the way, but also what we have delivered is I would say getting the foundations in place, understanding the performance of our current sort of contracting landscape, understanding where we've got the most opportunity to deliver more value, and those 2 areas are in specifically primary care and secondary care, or the elective surgery space for us. And so that's where the focus has been. In terms of how that was described in April 2024, before the year began, we haven't delivered what that described, because we repurposed ourselves to focus on the 2 areas where we saw the most opportunity, where the provided landscape was most ready to work with us, and that's in primary and secondary care. It's also where we'd seen the biggest opportunity to work with providers.
Yeah, so in this, obviously the cost of providers, the contracts is involved. How is that looking like? Is that like a kind of a challenge?
The cost of contracts. Well, I think it's more important to look at the value we get from the contracts. Our health providers are the people delivering the surgery, the rehabilitation, the treatment that actually helps people get back to work and independence. And so, yes, it's a big cost to the scheme, but it's actually how we get people back to work and ultimately make the scheme sustainable long term. We're always looking for ways to be more efficient. We're having conversations with providers and groups of providers about how we can do that together. we're doing what we can to maintain growth in costs, but that's on both the demand side and the supply side. So again, the thing in our control is the demand and, how many people, for example, need surgery.
We're going to get this up from Grant just before we go there, but so we'll just keep as much as we can focused on the overview and the 3 reviews at the moment, and then we'll start moving a bit wider further down. But we'll finish this line, and then if we could just keep.
Yeah, just quickly, do you benchmark those costs with anywhere else, like Australia or something like that, to give an idea of how your costs stack up with from your providers?
One thing I would say is every scheme is quite different, and so we've got to be careful. There are some things that are useful to compare, but even the way we purchase services compared to some other systems where they may, access more of it through, for example, the public health system versus private, does make it hard to compare. We can do benchmarking on international data if that's available, and wherever we can, we do. Again, back to that point of how do we know we're being efficient?
So, for example, cost of a knee replacement from Australia versus New Zealand. Do you look at that?
Yeah, yes, we can look at both, and as long as you allow for the caveats, then yes, it's helpful.
Okay.
And also between the costs for us and for Health New Zealand, that has also been a focus.
Yeah, I just wanted to go back to the turnaround plan, because this is one of our parts of our structured review stage. And I know you said that you're working towards it, but you've got further considerations. What are the things that you are thinking about for inclusion in that plan? And is there anything a bit difficult about having a plan that's you're working to already that's not yet finalised? Does that affect the way that you can successfully adhere to it, if that makes sense?
I think when I said it was a working document, it is a working document, and as things change, you reprioritise and refocus issues. So, for example, as we look at how we get people rehabilitated better and on a more timely basis, we look at factors that may be impacting that, and we may put that into the turnaround plan and reprioritise it. So when I said it was a working document, it's never final and that's it. We're going to work to that only. It will always have changes that we either have reprioritised or have found that, okay, well, that didn't work the way we wanted it to, so let's do this instead. So
And
that's what I mean.
you said that you're reporting against it already as well, not
Yes.
just working to it.
Yeah. So people understand what we're doing currently, but that doesn't mean to say it is locked in stone. We won't consider anything else. You look at the results of what you're doing and saying, is that the right thing to be doing and the right results? Or should we change and focus on something else?
So I will put the question to the Minister if there's, information that's obviously within his purview when we do hear from him. But is there, like, what else are you going to put in the plan that you're waiting on that would change when it might be available for us to be able to scrutinise reporting against that, for example?
I don't think there's anything else that we're thinking about at the moment. Maybe conversion rates, but nothing else at the moment.
I think the question, kind of goes to what extent are we experiencing operational challenges because the plan's not published? And the answer is none, because ultimately the plan is based on some pretty central tenets about things that we know we need to shift. So we know we need to improve rates of rehabilitation and return to work. We know that we need to rebuild our case management muscle and the capability of our frontline and customer-facing teams. We know we need to make great cover decisions. We know we need to work more effectively with providers to get, improved value for money. Those central tenets of the plan are not going to change, and therefore, there aren't any ongoing operational issues with that.
I suppose just to comment on that, Mr. Chair, if I may, just that all sounds sensible. I suppose the issue is it's our job to scrutinise the activities of the Accident Compensation Corporation, and without visibility on the actual reporting measures that you are holding yourself to account on after 3 quite important and significant reviews, it's hard for us to do that. And my understanding is, and I will put it to the Minister, that we still don't have a time frame from when we're going to be able to do that. And this is, our opportunity now. And so it's more of a statement, but if you have any reflections on that opportunity.
Okay. In terms of the review plans, one of them was conducted by Treasury into your investment portfolio and management. We were reflecting on the performance benchmark and how closely ACC has tracked the performance benchmark over the last 5 years. And it raised for me the question of the appropriateness of the performance benchmark, whether it's high enough or whether it's calculated in such a way that the answer is always going to be a close correlation. You got any reflections on that?
So we can get David up. I guess just while he's settling in, I would say we completely understand the question, and it's a question we ask ourselves regularly, both through the Board Investment Committee and the Board. And as recently as 2 weeks ago, we had an investment strategy day where we looked at the long-term performance and what drives it. And we always come back to that's an appropriate threshold above the benchmark, because what David can also talk to as well is making sure we don't have unintended consequences of changing the level of ambition. But I'll let you say much better than that.
Are there any specifics you want me to cover?
So there's 2 parts to that question. One is what drives that correlation? So is it always going to be, just by the nature of the calculation of the benchmark, that it will always be as closely correlated as it has been in the last 5 years? And then the second part of the question is the performance benchmark high enough given that close correlation, or what appears to be a close correlation over the last 5 years?
The bulk of the risk by design comes from market risk. So it will, by definition, have a high correlation. Now, the actual portfolio itself deviates because we undertake active management. So we'll hand that out both internally to a range of portfolio managers and externally. So we have about 9 external managers. So the core of the market risk will drive that correlation. It doesn't necessarily have to be that case any particular year. It depends. Largely depends on what positions individual portfolio managers have happened to have made. So by and large, the answer is yes, and that's by design. Now, is it high enough? Now, that's a difficult one to answer because it has to do with the nature of the way we build the portfolio. So we have 5 schemes, 5 separate investment strategies, and it depends upon the funding status of each one of those. In other words, the OCL in relation to the size of the liabilities, the cash flows that are coming in or out, depending, which has to do with levy settings in relation to the new claims costs. So all of that gets taken into account where we set that, and we review that annually, and sometimes even implement more frequently than that. That is essentially what drives the way we design portfolios. What comes from that essentially is the bond equity split. As a result, if you've got more in equities, it's expected to generate higher return compared to bonds. That's what drives essentially the performance. Now, this was all noted in the Willis Towers Watson, they were the consultant that did it, review. There isn't a predetermined rate of return you can peg on because it depends. Depends upon, as I said, funded status of each one of those schemes. But we've got a long-standing investment strategy design principles which ultimately drive those decisions. It's always in combination with what's happening with liabilities. Unlike other Crown financial institutions, our assets are linked to the liabilities. So we're liability matching to the best we can.
So for the first part of that question then around the performance benchmark and the calculation, given how closely it's correlated to essentially the performance of the market, how useful is that as a key reporting tool?
Well, very important. I mean, you look at we're price takers in the world capital markets. So if you're looking at how do you design a portfolio, we start with what's available in the market. Essentially, in oversimplifying things, we have bond-like assets and equity-like assets. They are the two key levers. What we try to do beyond that is beat that. So that's an additional source of return. So I'll give you numbers here. For 33 years since the inception of the fund, we've produced about 9.3% return per annum. Of that 9.3, about 1.2% has been active management. In other words, without having the active management, we'd be 1.2% per annum worse off. Now, it's not in dollars, it's in percentages, but that's a large number. So essentially, it's very difficult to build a portfolio without having those sort of key building blocks, and we're price takers when it comes to that. We just receive the equity return. We receive the bond return, essentially.
Yeah.
And we focus predominantly on New Zealand because it has better liability hedging characteristics.
Okay, well, without taking up too much more time on that point,
Just to supplement.
okay.
Just when you talk about that 1.2%, what's been the trend in that over that 33-year period? Is it pretty constant or?
No, it fluctuates. Now, that's just the nature of, you can't get things right every year. So we've beaten the benchmark 31 out of 33 years, but it has declined. There's a couple of reasons for that. If you go back 33 years, we were a very, very small fund as proportion of liabilities. We're a much smaller part of the local market, and there were more opportunities to add value. That's one of the reasons. There are others at play too, but that's one of the major ones. We tend to do well when the markets throw up the opportunities, and it's been a really reasonably tough environment in which we have been investing, but it has been declining over the last few years. Yeah.
Okay. So maybe to round that off with a comment, which I'm happy to take any reflection that you have on it, is the focus that we have on the performance from an investment perspective that comes through the OAG is on the total performance number. But it might be that in our focus and potentially in what is reported, that actually that active management or breaking that number up and seeing where the areas are that you've got that and that ability to move the lever is what we should be looking at more closely, given the correlation to the market of the main number.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Camilla, and then Hamji, did you have a question here as well?
So just wanted to just follow up on the culture review while we're still in this section. So in the culture review, there was some criticisms of the Speak Up program. So I wanted to ask two things around that. And so firstly, with the Speak Up program, if that's been replaced, what is the new system? And secondly, with the bullying and harassment approach that ACC has, how has that substantively changed, or has that changed following the culture?
Do you want to talk? The issue that came out with the Speak Up process was there were multiple channels for people to make a speak up or a complaint or to lodge a concern. And what we've done is clarified the channel for people to speak up as well. We've changed the provider, yep.
Yeah, so on that first point, we've now got, it's a small thing, but it's a helpful thing. On our staff intranet, on the front page of that is a permanent button, which takes you to a dedicated page, which is much clearer than we had been previously about those pathways, depending on the situation and depending on preference. So that's a practical thing we've done. We're also looking at the provider of the service, where we've redrafted the policy and guidelines that's getting launched this month and will be carefully communicated. So there's some practical things we're doing. But again, it sort of comes back to what I said earlier. We need to work with our people leaders so that they're well equipped to have conversations with their teams to make sure people have confidence in the process, because that was the other concern that was raised, that people didn't necessarily trust the process. And so that's a bit of a longer term shift we need to make.
Okay.
But just to follow up on that. So I'm not sure if we touched on the bullying and harassment changes, although if your answer is that it is
That's the policy that will be launched this month, because one of the things was we didn't have a standalone policy on bullying and harassment.
You didn't have one?
It was within a behaviour policy, but it wasn't a standalone policy.
And now you do have one?
Yeah.
Okay. In terms of the reviews and the changes that you've made, how will you assess whether these have been successful? Like what's the formal process for ensuring that the changes that you make actually result in meaningful change for the staff at ACC?
It's quite difficult to assess whether or not it's made a significant change without effectively another review, which we're going to change the provider for doing staff surveys. And I would suggest that the next survey will give us the indication whether it actually has moved the dial, because in the commentary that you get from staff surveys, you can see a trend. Yeah.
What was the reason for changing of the provider? Was there a problem with the previous provider?
So one of the challenges with the current provider is it's quite a rigid annual survey process, and what we want to be able to do is move to being able to have an overall survey system that enables us to do shorter, sharper, more frequent sort of pulse surveys, as well as the bigger sort of state of the organisation type surveys. So we want that flexibility.
Don't you think that because of the size of the review and the number of issues that it raised, that there should be some kind of, not a review of the same size necessarily, but just an assessment of whether the changes have been effective?
So one of the things we did, so even though we are looking at a different mechanism and provider, we have just done our annual engagement survey, and what we did in that was we asked a series of, I think it was about 8 questions to baseline organisational confidence, so a new set of questions. And so they will carry on into whatever mechanism we use for future surveys, so that we'll be able to get quite a quantitative assessment of whether we're improving those underlying drivers of organisational culture, as well as the important qualitative signals from the verbatums, as well as generally other feedback.
And if the pulse surveys and the trend in the annual type surveys show that we haven't moved the dial, then yes, we would go back and have another independent review or a check on what we've done, where we've achieved movement or not.
Okay. I've got it primarily on a different area. So in this part of the structured agenda, we're talking about scheme boundaries, which is an interesting inclusion. I know that you've said publicly that there's going to be no legislative change in this parliamentary term or this year. So you can clarify, I can't remember exactly what the time frame was. In terms of the scheme boundaries, there were some comments that the Minister had made around whether the people who have been subject to sensitive claims were properly best treated within ACC, or whether that was something that should be looked at separately, quite high level comments on that. I wanted to know if there had been any work this year, the year in review, that you had been undertaking in relation to sensitive claims, and if so, what that work was.
In terms of scheme boundaries?
So at the moment, people who have sensitive claims are covered under the ACC scheme, and obviously you can see that has a significant impact on the coverage of ACC.
Yep.
Is that going to continue, as the Minister indicated that it may not in his comments?
So my public comment last week was just re-quoting something the Minister had said a week or two earlier, that he didn't have any plans for this term, but in anything to do with legislation and scheme boundary settings would be a question for MB as our policy agency. In terms of sensitive claims, all our work in the last year has been on implementing the new sensitive claims service, which went live on the 1st of December, and also supporting the implementation of the TN court decision around loss of potential earnings. So that's been our focus.
Okay. Grant, supplementary? Oh, just indicate to me and then I can give it to you.
Sorry. Thank you. So the from your perspective, to ACC, the best of ACC's knowledge, there is no change in relation to sensitive claims. And if there was a change, that would be a question we needed to put to MB. Is that correct?
Yeah, we need to put the question to him.
So you're not aware of any change? Can I just
Right.
get an answer for the record there? That was no, wasn't it?
No, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So around the sensitive claims area, what improvements have been made for survivors assessing sensitive claims?
So we probably spoke to the committee last year about the changes we were preparing to implement. They were 2 years in the making, working with survivors, advocates and providers in response to challenges for survivors around how long they had to wait for clinical support, and also the lack of flexibility within the service. It was quite one size fits all. So on the 1st of December, the changes went live. It gives a couple of different pathways for survivors. There's a rapid sort of, I would say, lighter support pathway that suits many survivors and means they don't have to go through a very detailed clinical assessment. Then for survivors who need more, there's a pathway. The idea was that by having less people go through the full review process, it would create more capacity for the people who really needed it. Look, it's still early days. We're still seeing high demand for the service. In a year's time, we'll be able to talk about what's different and how survivors have found it. But really, the focus has been getting the service stood up, getting all of our existing clients transitioned by the end of May, and making sure that we're supporting I think there's about 300 new providers who've joined the service, which is really important to be able to manage wait times. But that's really been the focus.
Just a follow up on that. So I think what you're saying that when we be able to show that you've actually really improved in that space, you effectively saying it's going to be a bit more time to work through, or in terms of the because there's quite a bit of criticism around how you've handled it. So you're suggesting that's going to be another 12 months or so we can really show that.
Well, these are clients who tend to be with ACC for quite a long time, and so we need to give the service the chance for those clients to get the new treatment mechanisms and understand if that's helping them to reach a level of independence and literally being able to get on with their lives sooner than under the old service.
Final question for me in this part, just when it comes to scheme boundaries, given there's been some conversation about that, what is the value to ACC of having really clear boundaries to what is included and excluded in terms of scope? To your planning, to the organisation, to your investment planning?
Yeah. Look, it would be lovely if it was a perfectly defined boundary, but boundaries are grey. Over the 50 years, various court decisions, precedents do shift the boundary of the scheme. We've got people both within MB and ACC who work really hard to make sure that we're able to implement good operational policy in response to changes. I would say it's quite dynamic. New Zealand itself has changed in 50 years. So our job is to implement the scheme within the boundaries.
And you're also dealing with people and their complex and different claims, and it's hard to be totally specific about what's covered, and it's also dangerous to be not specific enough. So you've got this sort of dynamic between the two sort of ends of the spectrum.
Yeah, I've probably a supplementary answer is, as stewards of the scheme, we have a responsibility, back to that responsibility to levy payers, to do our best to make sure that we're funding things that fit within the scheme boundaries. So yes, sometimes that can be grey, and I recognise that can be really difficult for the clients who sit at the grey boundary, but we also need to make sure that what the actuaries calculate we should be funding, in terms of levies, is what we're funding in practice.
Quick supplementary on that. In your initial remarks, you mentioned that for some claims, it takes around 57 days, you mentioned. So those are the kind of claims they would sit in this where it's like unsure, the boundary. Is that the right conclusion? And if so, like how many of those claims which are taking so long? What is the rough like percentage which actually it's realized that actually they don't sit in the boundary?
Yeah, it's like less than 3%.
Less than 3% don't sit in the boundary.
Oh, sorry,
The 57-day average relates to about 3%.
complicated.
Only 3% cases.
So they're the complicated claims.
Complicated.
They're not necessarily grey boundaries. It's just,
Okay.
it might be hearing loss or something where you actually need to do quite a bit of assessment to understand the person's situation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, we're going to move to part 2 of the agenda now, which is the financial performance of ACC in 2024-25. So happy to take questions. Camilla?
Thank you. I've got a question around long-term claimants. So recently there was 8,000 long-term claims removed from the ACC pool, which is a significant number of New Zealanders obviously been quite severely injured. Can you explain how that came about and what and why ACC undertook that procedure to remove these long-term claimants?
So the first thing is they're not necessarily people that are severely injured. It's fair to say. And you're talking about the people who have left the long-term claims pool, not the number of people that have come in. So net, you're actually nowhere near 8,000. And what we've found is that as a result of changing to one-to-one case managers, there's a lot of people with non-serious injuries that once we have put a case manager for them particularly, that either they've got the right rehabilitation to allow them to come out of that pool, or there have been other ways that they've been have left the pool. So the 8,000 is a number, but it was a bit of a distraction actually, and that number's been quoted without the background.
It's a correct number though.
Yeah, there were 8,000. It told half the story.
I've got a couple more supplements on that, Mr. Chair, if that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you've also said to us that rehabilitation times are getting longer, not shorter. But can you just explain how that works with at around a 20% reduction in long-term claims when the rehabilitation claims are getting longer?
Yes, well, the long-term claims pool is people that have been in the scheme for greater than 1 year on weekly compensation. And of that 24,000 that's in long-term claims pool, 15,000 are people with not what are classified as non-serious injuries. So what we've been looking at is what we have done in terms of rehabilitating those people. Is it appropriate? And now that there's one-to-one management, we can assess what more we need to do and the timetable.
How much of that one-to-one management is being done by a person, and how much of it is being done through AI?
All person.
So that there's no use of AI
No.
in the assessment of the long-term claim process at all.
So just to be really clear,
Yeah.
every single person in the long-term claims, so if we step back, by definition, these are people that have been in receipt of weekly compensation for more than 12 months. And when we were here with you sort of 12 months ago, we were talking about the investment in a significant number of additional case managers to work with these clients one-to-one. Now, for quite a period of time after changes to our case management system in 2018, 2019, these were people that did not have the benefit of a case manager working with them. So no single person had an end-to-end view across their claim. We made that change and we were talking about that 12 months ago. You are now seeing the impacts of that reflected in our return to work results that are improving across the board. Now, in all instances, we do have, a fairly young and tenure workforce. We've hired quite a lot of new people across the organisation in the last 12 months. And so we are committed to delivering them with decision tools that support them to make better decisions. But I can be really clear that there is no AI that is making decisions about which clients can or can't, continue to access weekly compensation.
Is AI recommending which clients should or should not be?
No, in the first instance, where we've been focusing our AI, for example, is in our contact centres. So we've quite specifically introduced some technology that produces an automatic summary of a phone call that one of our agents has. So that's after call work that would otherwise ordinarily be manually inputted by a contact centre representative. So that's now resulting in quite a significant increase in capacity in that part of the team. Where we've focused next, for example, is in our clinical services team. And one of the things that the team tells me is that when they receive a task to provide clinical advice on a claim, they can spend 70% of their time going back and reviewing what in some cases can be years and years of detail. So what we're doing in this, this next period is investing in certain technology that will provide a summary of the entire claim in order that then that clinical advisor can get to the decision that they need to make. So this is not about replacing humans making great judgments. This is about serving up more effective decisions that free capacity.
Just to start on the AI, have you got anything more on
I've got
AI?
one more in this area, but not on AI.
Okay, so just the question that was asked included a reference to the role of AI in considering cases. In the future, do you see any reason why, as a first step in a process, at the very least, that wouldn't be possible or shouldn't be used?
I think what I would say is that our experience of the last 2 or 3 years in particular is that there is no replacement for fantastic case management. That is not to say that there won't be technologies into the future that make some of that work more effective and more efficient. But what we're seeing today, the performance results that we're delivering, which in some cases are better than we've delivered for nearly a decade, they are being achieved because of more humans, hugely talented, committed people applying human judgment at the level of the claim, making good decisions.
And absolutely, it was not a question about people and case management, but was around the ability to determine on first bat if something can just go straight through and be approved. So the use of AI in some of those areas.
Yeah, so we currently use a tool at the front door of the scheme based on millions and millions of claims worth of data, and that's a static algorithm behind that tool that drives some of the auto acceptance decisions that we make. As we've talked about, we received 2.1 million claims in the last 12 months. So it's not true that there is a human being across every single one of those claims. That's thousands of claims coming into the scheme every day. So we do use some technology to enable some of those simple cover decisions to be made.
And if you remember, 80% are accepted within 24 hours and humans couldn't do that.
No, that's why I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
It seemed off part, but just before we go there, one last question on AI from me, as a sub there. Is there any reason you couldn't use AI alongside your human case management as at the very least, a learning tool to understand where you're getting it really right and where there's opportunities to improve? Seems to me that it's not necessarily one or the other.
Yeah, I mean, we are very early on in our AI journey as an organisation, and I think there are a range of opportunities for the technology to amplify and to augment what it is that our people do, and we're very open to those opportunities.
Okay, I'll go to Pamji and then I'll go to Mike.
This is on weekly compensation.
We'll come around. Yeah.
So mine is on weekly compensation, the other part of that question. So with with new staff coming on, new case managers coming on, you mentioned that they're getting back to work, but the weekly compensation days are increasing. So how do we comprehend that?
It's a really good question. buckle in for the response. So one of the measures that you'll see that we didn't meet in our service agreement for the previous 12 months, so the period under review, was average weekly compensation days paid. I think we achieved 74.7 days against a target of 73.5 days. Now, one of the things about that measure is it only calculates the average of weekly compensation days paid for clients that have been on weekly compensation for less than a year. So the moment a client flips over into the long-term claims pool and receives 366 days of weekly compensation, they are removed from the calculation. So we didn't hit the target because in the last 9 months, we've been really focused on helping to prevent crossovers into the long-term claims pool clients that hadn't previously had the benefit of a case manager. Because what we also know is that the longer that a client is away from work, the harder it is for them to get back into work. And so we've been working really hard to make sure that we could prevent clients crossing over into the long-term claims pool. What that perversely meant is that the average weekly compensation days paid measure was dragged up at 74.7 days, which is kind of a bit perverse because it is actually a success story.
Okay, Mike, and then I'll come back to.
Thanks. And this is up on the AI. Just curious, like there was an overseas report that showed that 77% of employees leak data through ChatGPT. And so I'm just curious about, I guess, what private information has been entered into AI and what other proper safeguards you've got to ensure that actually it's not going to some server and that information's been kept.
Thank you. Yes, so we do have Copilot as an enterprise tool, which enables us to use it and retain the data within ACC. It is an issue, and we watch it really carefully. It's part of our internal audit program. We have a policy, but we're also really aware that workers are really curious about what they can do with AI. So it's just about, vigilance around making sure that we're using it appropriately, making sure that we're keeping privacy at the forefront of people's minds.
And how often, I guess, how do you audit that information to ensure that actually that information that people are entering into Copilot is not containing actual or private information that could actually be captured?
Yeah, in terms of the frequency of audits, we'd have to come back to you on that. I suspect it's almost real time. One thing we're seeing is in some of our core systems, so our smart telephony system, Genesis, increasingly AI is being built into those systems, which is quite a safe way for us to be able to apply AI. And that's how we're using it in our contact centre. It's integrated into the technology, which makes it very safe from a data point of view.
Okay, thank you.
So I did have one follow-up AI question and then another question in relation to long-term claimants. So you said that AI is being utilised in accepting claims. With declining claims, can you give us the assurance that AI is not declining claims with no human oversight of that determination?
We can certainly be really clear that where entitlement suspension decisions are being made, there is a human being across every single one of those decisions. And in fact, where an entitlement is being suspended, not only is the case manager involved in that decision, but so too is their team leader.
So just another question on long-term claims. How many of those 8,000 people who were long-term claimants who are now no longer eligible for that compensation, how many of them how many of their doctors said that they were work ready? Or are you aware that there are people within that pool whose doctors had not certified them ready for work?
That's a great question. So if we come back, for someone to be in the long-term claims pool in the first place, A, they have to have been receiving weekly compensation for more than a year, and B, they need to continue to be providing a valid medical certificate provided by a general practitioner or a nurse practitioner. Now, to the point that the chair was making earlier, so we had 8,000 people leave the long-term claims pool in the last 12 months. At the same time, we had a vast number of people arrive. And so every week there are people that are arriving into the scheme and certified as unfit to work. And every week there are people who are leaving the scheme. So in terms of your question, for the most part, people leave the scheme when their GP forms a view that they are no longer incapacitated and can return to work. In which case what happens is that a medical certificate just stops arriving into ACC. Our case manager picks the phone up and says, how are you doing? And we find that someone's returned to work. So by far and away, that is what happens in the majority of instances. Now, where we do continue to receive medical certificates from a GP for a client whose covered injury seems to be reasonably simple or straightforward, or at least their continued incapacity doesn't feel like it makes sense to us, we'll in the first instance speak with the client, we talk to the GP, we might refer the client to an independent medical assessment or to another specialist, but we will always have regard to the medical evidence and more broadly, clinical and other evidence available to our people on the claim before we make a decision.
So there are people whose doctors say they're not work ready who are no longer eligible for...
It is entirely possible that a treating GP may continue to furnish medical certificates, but for example, a specialist provides us with advice to say that they disagree with that view, or we refer that client to an independent medical assessment undertaken by an occupational health specialist, and there is a different view formed.
So will there, just a final one on this, so will there always be a differing medical view that says they are work ready when people are assessed that they're no longer entitled to this? Is that always the case that you receive a different view?
No, not at all. So we might refer someone to an independent medical assessment, and that assessment confirms the fact that they are not work ready. They continue to be incapacitated,
then they would get the compensation,
and they would
right?
continue to be entitled.
So
All those we haven't.
yeah, so for the people who, the situation where we have it, and we've acknowledged that this does occur, and this has been to us as well, that people are receiving long-term compensation, they are receiving medical certificates saying they're not work ready from their GP.
Yeah.
Then that's questioned by ACC. ACC gets a different assessment. Would you always get either an occupational health specialist or another specialist to say, no, I disagree with the GP and they are work ready, in instances where you remove them from the long-term claims?
Those assessments would always be undertaken by a specialist or by one of 44 independent occupational assessors that we have around the country.
So I suppose, sorry, my question is though, would the specialist always say they are work ready? Would there always be a
necessary difference in opinion between?
Yeah.
No.
So there are people who are being assessed by their GPs as not work ready and specialists as not work ready, but ACC is still removing them from.
No.
Okay,
No.
so that was the question.
Yeah.
Apologies.
No.
So there is always the need for a medical assessment that says that they are work ready before the exodus.
Yes. So the Accident Compensation Act is really clear. We have to, a medical certificate has to be furnished, which evidences incapacity. And at that point, it's for, the client is entitled to services.
Just at the risk of needing to buckle in even tighter, these 44 independent medical assessors are assessing the person from a particular lens of, is the injury that they've got cover for rehabilitated? And then there's a question, could they go back to the type of work they were doing? The next level of assessment could be, could they do some other type of work? And so it's quite a different question to the one a GP might look at, which is, can this person work? So we're looking at it from the point of view of, is the injury that they have cover for rehabilitated, as opposed to perhaps with the GP, it could be there's other things going on for that person that means they can't work. And so you can end up in violent agreement, if you like, around the situation for the person, but looking at it from the point of view of what legislatively we can provide versus what the person might, present with to their GP.
Yeah. Just belts and braces, like this last question. So there will always be someone independent, whether that's doctor or an occupational health specialist, practitioner, doctors, who will say that the claimant is able to undertake some work before they lose long-term claims compensation.
So I guess that there are other pathways, so that it could be that a person hasn't been meeting the obligations on them. So if you get away from this, have they been rehabilitated? So there are some other scenarios, if that's what you're
That's
referring
what
to.
the question is.
And there is also the scenario where the person decides that they're able to go back to work somewhere along that pathway, or makes their own decision.
So maybe just for clarity, so if someone's on long-term claims and their long-term claim stops, it's stopping for the fact they've decided to go back to work. They've no longer receiving a medical certificate. They've received a medical certificate from the GP, but the specialist has disagreed with that. Are there any other pathways? I think that's what we.
Yeah, that's
If we suspend.
Yes.
So the simplest way of explaining that is to say that a client will cease access to weekly compensation if there is a medical opinion that incapacity no longer exists. So that is, the client has rehabilitated, number one, or if incapacity does continue to exist, but it does not relate to the injury that the client was covered for in the first place. That's the second pathway. And the third pathway is if the client continues to be incapacitated, and that's evidenced by a clinician, and that incapacity means they can't return to their pre-injury work type, then it's a vocational independence pathway that we would work with that client on. That is, we would help them to identify other jobs that they might be able to do, and we would invest in vocational rehab to prepare them to be able to do that work type. So those are essentially the three ways that the outcome of independence from the scheme is achieved.
Okay. Does that answer the question?
I've got a follow-up, but
I want to go to Parmji before we go there. Wait, sorry, Parmji, can I just check the audio? Something's happened and. Okay, thanks, Parmji.
So just want to understand from you for how long we have had this process. This process that you've just explained, for how long we have had this process of assessing for claims.
So for the longest time.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
So can I just pass this up on that? So I suppose this is relevant because we've had a significant departure of people from the long-term claims, which is statistically significant. So even though we've just said that this process has existed for a long time, has ACC changed any aspects of those settings in the year under review?
So I think if we come back to something that we talked about with the committee this time a year ago, so rehabilitation performance has been declining for more than a decade. So that is across the board. We have seen a decade in which every year more people have been accessing weekly compensation for longer and a range of other entitlements than before. So the big change, to your question about what's a big change that's been made in the year under review, the big change was a move fundamentally back to one-to-one case management for a large number of clients. In fact, now all of our clients that are in receipt of weekly compensation. The reason for that is because our view was if a client is so sufficiently injured as to be able to, unable to work, then they deserve a case manager that has an end-to-end view across their claim. That is the single biggest change that we've made in the last 12 months. Now, in terms of those case managers, we created dedicated teams working specifically with those long-term claims pool clients.
Great. I'm just going to pause there. We're just going to check the mics. Right, okay. We'll see if that solves it. Thank you. Okay, is this up or a new question? Okay, so Mike, and then I've got a primary from Vanessa, and then we'll come back. Okay,
Thanks. Just checking, do the case managers have performance targets to meet Workstone?
So all staff across the organisation have a series of what we call PDC, so development conversation objectives that they need to achieve. But if the question is, are our staff specifically incentivised to exit people from the scheme through performance targets? The answer is no. I mean, ultimately, all of our people, all of us, have signed up to a target. And as the chair said, that target is an ACC that today is delivering the services and supports that injured New Zealanders need, and that tomorrow is around to be able to deliver those services because they matter. So as you would expect for any organisation that's got such a sort of laudable aspiration, there are a series of service quality and service performance targets that we track that give the board, our minister, and us as an executive confidence that we're on the right track towards those ambitions. So they do include things like return to work rates, long-term claims pool numbers and long-term claims pool growth rate. They also include client satisfaction, public trust and confidence, the proportion of our revenue that flows directly to those who are on the receiving end of our services. So those are all things which we do measure.
And the REM review for the individuals are tied to those performance targets.
So our staff receive an annual remuneration review. As I said, every staff member across the organisation, starting with the chief executive and cascading through all of our people, have a series of objectives to meet. That is, in our view, consistent with any organisation that is committed to high performance.
Okay, final stuff on this one, Camilla.
So can you confirm then from what you've just said that the reduction in long-term claimants by approximately 8,000 people or 20% was not to do with the current Minister of ACC's specific direction to you in his letter of expectations that he expected to see reduction in long-term claims?
So the 8,000 is a number that's important because, as Michael says, it's 8,000 people actually getting either back to work or back to being independent and getting, being able to move on with their life. We have at the moment almost 25,000 people in the long-term claims pool. In that same period under review, we had 9,900 people move into the long-term claims pool. So that pool is still growing. It's been growing at quite a significant rate for a decade. We're really focused on, as I said, this is about supporting people back to work and independence. While that pool's still growing, that means there are still more and more people every week who are, off work for longer than a year. What we're seeing is the number of seriously injured clients isn't growing. It's been quite steady over a number of years, which is a positive thing for New Zealand. But it's these less seriously injured clients, and in particular, people who are recorded as having sprains, strains, particularly backs, shoulders, knees. A huge number of those from injuries within home and community. So 66% of our new claims in the year before, so probably similar last year, happened in the home and the community. So these are the people that we really need to make sure we're helping them early, getting them on the right track to recovery so that they don't become long-term reliant on the scheme. So I think we've just got to take that 8,000 in context. I think the year before it was well over 7,000. So it's not an enormous difference, but it's it's a lot more people who are able to move on with their lives.
Okay, Vanessa Wiener.
Thank you. If it's all right, Mr. Chair, I'd like to move on about health planning commission costs. So we're on the structured.
Yep.
Is that all right? I don't know, skip too far here, just given the time we've spent so far.
It's all part of part two. That's fine.
That's fine. Okay, good. Thank you so much. So the costs that are incurring because of the rises in both the volumes and the costs of interventions for health interventions. I'm just wondering, when we look at for things like surgery versus physiotherapy, things like that, do we consider, does ACC take into account when considering options for surgery that it may speed up the return to work or recovery? Is that overall cost taken into account when you think of for each case, or is it only done on the basis of what the cost of the intervention is?
So it's absolutely client dependent.
Yeah.
So it's about the clinical advice, the clinical recommendations around what's going to support that person back to work or independence quickly, whilst also being good for the individual as well.
Yeah. So how much time and money does ACC spend fighting reviews and and declining recommendations by surgeons for surgery.
So I think this comes back to the other part of our role as good stewards of the scheme, which is to ensure that we're only funding things that are within ACC's legislative remit. We've talked before about the unfortunate fact that we're all getting older. And so what we've been really focused on in the last year is making sure that we're funding surgery related to an ACC covered injury, not related to whether it's degeneration or wear and tear or other things. And so that's a really important distinction for us. It's one of those grey areas, and sometimes can require quite a bit of specialist advice.
Yeah.
MRIs and what have you.
Yeah. So are we able to have a figure of how much money and time ACC spends fighting and arguing those cases versus how much it would cost to just pay for them and do it?
Well, it's part of case management and the clinical advice team. We wouldn't be able to give a figure on how much of our time is dealing with what become decline decisions. What we did see last year, and it's in the annual report, is that there was a significant increase in the outstanding claims liability due to the increase in elective surgery costs. I think that added about $500 million to the long-term liability. So that that's something that we'll just continue to look at on a case-by-case basis. We're working with surgeons to help them understand the considerations around accident versus degeneration, and that's part of us giving feedback to surgeons as well about what we see in terms of the data on their surgery and also the return to work rates of their patients.
And I think that's where we're trying to work in partnership with surgeons as providers and helping them to assess, and I think their shoulder assessment tool, working with them to A, assess injuries and here's a decision chain, and then B, look at the return to work stats, because you're right, the longer people are off work, the more it costs us as well. So looking at both the decision to have surgery and the rationale, and then the return to work costs, and we're helping them to understand where their performance is sitting compared to their peers, which I don't think they had visibility over before.
I guess if I may, the last one for me is, has ACC considered doing an assessment of the costs of the resistance within the organisation for covering some of the things that may have a contribution, some of those grey areas, as you mentioned, where there may be an element of some degeneration, if the cost of the overall system, be it the health system, long term, the overall ACC, if that actually, it may actually be cheaper to just go ahead and do more of that, where there is a question. Has it ever been considered to be looking when you're talking about being good stewards? Is that something that you've considered looking at?
I think that goes to where does the cost lie? Does it sit with Health New Zealand, because they will be the ones doing the surgery if it's not us, or with us, and we have a responsibility to act within our boundary requirements, and also to we've got levy payers and also taxpayers funding the scheme, so we have to be mindful of where our funding's coming from compared to where Health New Zealand.
But I get there's a lot of legal time spent in reviews and things like that sometimes, and looking at some of those areas. And if you didn't spend the money on the lawyers, you could just be spending the money on doing the operations.
Well, I think to the point that the chair's made, our job is to manage to the boundaries of the scheme as the legislation sets out. And I think what I'd also add is that from a review perspective, we consider that the opportunity for every client to be able to review a decision that we make, where that decision involves a decline, We think that's a really important part of the natural justice process that underpins public trust and confidence in ACC. So from our perspective, yes, we have seen an increase in the number of reviews. There is some cost associated with supporting that process, but certainly from our perspective, public trust and confidence in the scheme is something that our minister has called out as being really important. It's something that we think is really important. And so, no, we haven't had specifically the conversation about what would happen if we funded a bunch of things that are not within our boundaries in order to consider the impact on New Zealand Incorporated. That's a broader policy question.
Okay. Phil Twyford.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I have some questions on investment and ethical investment.
Yep.
Policies, guidelines. So first up, I wondered whether in the last year, or the period in question, there's been any developments in your policies and guidelines and the way you've approached ethical investment, particularly screening and exclusions.
From a policy perspective, we've had 3 reviews really, 2 internal, 1 external, as you know. So the board has reviewed the application of the ethical investment policy regarding the issues that were raised in the last select committee and confirmed that it's comfortable with the approach. The second review was the board undertakes annual reviews of the policy itself. That was reaffirmed. The policy settings were fit for purpose in May of this year. That's published on our website. And then lastly, there was an external review which covered the full range of investment management operation, of which ethical investment formed a part of it. And that review established a few things. Firstly, that ACC has a robust, well-integrated, responsible investment framework. It aligns with legislative requirements and international standards. And it confirmed that we're a responsible member of the world community. So it was a pleasing outcome from all those reviews. It reaffirms that we're fit for purpose and we're well placed and well operated to continue producing long-term returns. But by and large, the core of the policy has remained in place as it has been, given the external reviews and the 2 internal ones.
Okay, so no significant changes as a result of those 3.
No.
Could I just ask that you provide the committee through you, Mr. Chair, the external report that you referenced?
Yes, sure.
That would be really helpful.
Absolutely.
And perhaps a link to the board minute or whatever that you cited as well.
Regarding which?
The second point you made that the board in May 95.
The reaffirmation of the policy?
Yeah. And any background documents to support it, that would be great.
We'll put that in as a follow-up question.
Yeah, thank you. So I know you'll be aware that over the last couple of years, there's been a great deal of international interest in the conflict in Gaza. The International Court of Justice also released an advisory opinion on Israel's illegal occupation in the Palestinian territories that called on all third countries to ensure that they were not acting in any way that would aid or assist the illegal occupation. The government has subsequently voted a number of times in support of that resolution at the United Nations. So I wondered whether you had reviewed ACC's investments in light of those UN resolutions, the ICJ advisory opinion, and whether you know if there are any companies that you're investing in directly or indirectly that are on the United Nations Human Rights Commission database of companies that are complicit in the illegal settlements.
Sure. As you know, ethical investment is a complex area. There's strong opinions in this area too, but we obviously take this seriously. Now, what I can confirm is we comply with all international sanctions, so UN Security Council sanctions. We comply with New Zealand sanctions in this regard. And we, like I said, we've had our policy reviewed, which confirms that we align with international standards and a responsible member. Now,
I asked you a specific question. I'm not asking about UN sanctions or New Zealand sanctions. I'm talking about the United Nations database of companies that are complicit in the illegal settlements. Settlements that have been identified as illegal under international law by the ICJ, and New Zealand government's position is on the record multiple times supporting that position. So I'm
Yeah.
asking if you have reviewed
We,
your investments against that database.
yes, we have.
You have.
We have.
And are there any companies that you're investing in directly or indirectly that are on the database?
Well, that database itself forms part of, when we consider potential exclusions, it's a range of sources that we look at.
Sure.
So that list itself, in and of itself, is not automatically an exclusion.
No, I understand that.
So the answer is yes, we do.
Yeah.
Our our exclusion list is about 500 odd.
Yep.
This is available on our website.
Yep.
If there is a company which is not on the exclusion list, then that is a company which is available for investment. Now, as for the specifics, I don't have all that detail at hand.
Okay. Well,
So I can always come back to you on that.
could you please come back and let us know?
Yeah, as you know, we got 3,500 to 4,000 securities at any point in time.
Sure.
So the specifics I don't have
Okay,
in front
so
of me.
we'll record that as a follow-up.
Yep, that would be great.
Cool.
Also, there's been a lot of international commentary and a number of UN reports about weapons companies and military technology companies who are supplying the Israel Defence Forces and the commission of alleged war crimes and crimes against humanity. And I just, have you done a screening over in the last 18 months of those companies?
We're continuously screening companies, and we've just gone through a review of the exclusion list.
Yeah.
If it is illegal and it does contravene our ethical policy, it'll be in the exclusion list. But again, I have to come back to you on the specifics.
Could you please also specifically on that? In Myanmar, so a bit closer to home, in Southeast Asia, there's well-documented crimes against humanity and war crimes being committed against the people of that country. And I wondered if you have looked at and screened for companies that you might be investing in directly or indirectly that have been supplying military technology to the junta in Myanmar.
I don't have that detail at hand. We've got 7 managers, each of which run the equity portfolio on our behalf.
Yep.
2 global bond managers. The reason is that the nature of these underlying investments can change day to day. Now, as for us applying that specific country and those issues, we work closely with other Crown financial institutions when we share information, and from that perspective, we apply a policy in that context.
Can we add that question to the list?
Absolutely,
To follow
you
up?
can.
And lastly, Chair, why don't you publish your portfolio in the way that the super fund does every 6 months? Why don't you have the same level of transparency that they do?
I don't know why we don't do that.
Would it not be a good idea? It's public money.
We can take that back and consider it. I think that's more for an internal discussion about what we do.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, I'm asking you to, but I think it would be also great if you could add to the list of questions a considered response about why you don't publish your portfolio.
Okay, come on.
My final question on the financial performance is, we touched on earlier the judgment in the TN case and the financial responsibility that ACC has in order to meet the costs of that case, and you said that that's the direction that you're continuing to go in. To date, how have the payments that have been made in relation to TN, how much have they been, and how is that measured up compared to your estimation of that outgoing cost?
So I was just going to the page with the number. So as of sort of last count, we've paid about $82 million in loss of potential earnings payments that we believe are related to TN. We can't be definitive. We've got just on 400 active claims. Stuart could come and give a more considered answer, but my understanding is that the actuarial valuation done at the end of the financial year was still pretty consistent with the 3.6 billion liability estimate that we'd done the year before.
Yeah, so if I could just say that the actual estimate for the TN liability at the end of last year, or June 2025, was about 3.6 billion. However, the liability went down because discount rates went up. So the underlying liability was pretty much identical to the year before, but the liability went down by circa 300 million. So 3.6 became 3.3 thereabouts.
I'm going to ask a final question in this part, and then we're going to take a break, and then we're going to go to the next part. We've been provided a graph, which I'm sure you've got a version of. I'm not sure if it's exactly the same one, which is related to the movement in liability from the previous valuation, the 2024 to 2025. And it references or two of the upward swings bridging from 24 to 25 to do with modelling. My question is, how long do you think it will be before the actions that you're taking to reduce the time people are spending on long-term claims, the cost of those claims will come into those long-term liability valuation calculations, and we'll see a downward swing in that liability as a result?
So hopefully quite soon, even in the first 3 months of this year, we do the revaluation quarterly. So we're seeing some green in those, that waterfall chart that I think you're referring to, Chair.
Yeah, I call it a bridge. But
Yeah. So I'm not quite sure of the exact chart that you're referring to, but I'll talk more generally. So in the Chair's opening remarks, she outlined the fact that our aggregate deficit for the year had declined from last year's 7.2 billion to this year 1.5 billion. So on the face of it, quite a significant improvement. One of the biggest components of that was TN was booked last year, so 3.66 billion last year. We are beginning to see some stabilisation in the level of growth in our outstanding claims liability, and that has flowed on into the beginning of this financial year as our weekly compensation growth and cost has slowed. So it is still growing, but it is growing at a much slower rate, which in turn the in-year cash costs will ultimately lead to a release in the need for provisioning against our outstanding claims liability. But look, that's a very general answer. The scheme has a number of different financial levers, right through from injury prevention, fees and levies, claims, cost management, health commissioning, corporate overheads, investment performance, and last one, scheme boundaries. So there's basically 7 levers, all of which impact on the overall financial performance of ACC. But I guess probably in summary, we're beginning to see an improvement in terms of our in-year financial performance.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked before about the fact there's no one sort of silver bullet to turn around a decade of deteriorating performance, but it's all of those things. And we're starting to see probably what were green shoots last time we were here are sprouting a bit more into small bushes that are really encouraging, but we've still got a long way to go.
And of course, the actuaries have an independent view of what our performance is, and they assess the outstanding claims liability based on that view. So we need to demonstrate a sustained return to better performance so that they'll factor it into their outstanding claims actuarial assessment.
So I suppose the key here is that those small changes and incremental changes have a significant multiplier effect on the long term.
Can
Members, we will take a 15-minute break and sit back down at 5 to 3 and go straight into part 3. We are now going to part 3 members, which is the non-financial performance for ACC 24-25. Labella.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a couple of questions that I wanted to ask in this section. I think I might start with injury prevention. And yeah. So I have some questions around injury prevention, a few questions around it, and then I also wanted to look at the Hiki program. So on the 2nd of September, you, Madam CE, sorry, address you in this context.
Perhaps Megan.
Megan seems a bit informal. Put out a message to staff to indicate that there would be less of a focus on injury prevention and also additionally less of a focus on equity. So I wanted to look at those 2 areas separately. The first one was, I think maybe start with injury prevention and we can look at Hikitera, maybe look at equity after that, which is also in this section in its own heading as well. What did you mean and why did you say there would be less of a focus on injury prevention by ACC?
So it was really about being clear with our people about where, I guess, almost that discretionary effort had to go. The culture review and the affinity review both called out that our strategy was quite broad and aspirational. So this was part of signalling how we need to double down on that core role we have, which is rehabilitation of injured offenders. So it was really signalling where the priority focus needed to be. Regardless, we still have very clearly and importantly a legislative role in injury prevention and in addressing access to the scheme. But it was really around that focusing in on the core of our role.
Just got a few steps on there. So that's interesting. I did notice in your annual review that there is still a lot of information around injury prevention and that is still appears to be quite a focus. So what has changed or what were you signalling to your workforce that is now different in relation to injury prevention compared to the approach that you had in the past? Because you've said that it's still part of your strategy, it's still there as a key part of your annual report. So help me understand why you would make that type of announcement to your workforce in that case.
So part of that response is that, as the chair said at the outset, we'll soon be sharing our new strategy with the organisation. So we haven't shared that yet, but that will call out and signal a relentless focus on good rehabilitation, supporting people back to work and independence. So I don't want to get ahead of that, but in our previous strategy, Huakina Tara, we had very clear, we had one of our 3 strategic goals around prevention and one around equity. So that is a shift for us. The best thing we can do as an organisation is make sure that we're delivering really good rehabilitation for everyone. So we still have an injury prevention team. We still have the work we're doing. It's more around, the amount of time we will spend discussing it, whether it's at the board or the executive, in terms of how much time we spend, for example, talking about injury prevention.
One of the practical examples, I think one of the goals was to integrate injury prevention across the whole of ACC. So on a practical level, we've decided not to do that because the rest of the ACC is focusing on social rehab and claims management. So you might make decisions about not expanding the work across because of the priority areas of ACC.
Okay, thank you.
You still over?
Yes, sorry, this is probably one of the major focuses for this area. In the year in review in June 2025, you published a specific piece of work on injury prevention. And I understand in that you found that most injuries are preventable. So given that, and given that if you were successful in injury prevention, you would significantly impact the future costs of ACC and the financial reserves that you would have to put aside and the sustainability of the scheme, which we talked about in the previous section. Why then would you choose then to have less of a focus on injury prevention, given that your own report has shown you that most injuries are preventable?
I think Jan talked about it in her opening remarks as well. What we know at the moment is that we can't prevent injuries fast enough or quick enough to help with the sustainability of the scheme. So, for instance, this last financial year, we prevented around 10,000 claims from injuries from occurring. But when you have 2 million claims coming in, it's not making enough of an impact to help with the scheme. What we do know is, to make a meaningful difference, we need to be aiming for about a 5% reduction in New Year's claims costs. So that is our ultimate goal. And to put that into perspective, that's about 120,000 claims. So what we know now is that we need to shift the way we're focusing. We need to make some shifts within injury prevention to have more of an impact on what we're doing. And that includes using different levers that we have available, the behaviour change campaigns, not just through the programs that we've been funding, influencing the systems that we work in across the different priority areas. So making much better use of the levers that we have.
If I might follow up with that. Yeah. So additionally, relatively recently, I think it may have been in the previous year, but it does impact on the year in review. ACC also removed quite a significant amount of funding from WorkSafe in terms of injury prevention. So forgive me, but it appears that you've removed funding from injury prevention. You've stated that it's no longer going to be a priority, and it appears generally that this new plan that has yet to be released will state that injury prevention is no longer going to be a significant amount of ACC as it currently is. And I know that you haven't released that yet, but it does appear a little bit that ACC is giving up on injury prevention.
So we're not giving up on injury prevention. As I say, our previous strategy had as one of 3 strategic pillars, injury prevention. And as Renee said, we had a plan to embed injury prevention across everything we did as an organisation. That isn't going to be the best use of our effort. So that what we're actually doing is creating a bit of space for the injury prevention team within Renee's space to almost reset itself and think about how to have more system influence. It's not simply about how much money we spend, it's about where we can influence system improvement. If you think about how injuries are preventable, it's a really complex space. How do we get people to literally have a before they do something that's going to get them injured? How do we get people to be more careful? We can't wrap the country in cotton wool. So we have to think about the different ways, the different messages that won't necessarily come through us, but it's who we need to work with who can get those messages out. So the team's working more through others. So we've got good relationships with some of the industry groups. Some of those work, some don't. So we need to understand what works, put more effort into that, make some difficult decisions around things that aren't working, and really get more impact out of the work the team does.
I think it's the opposite. I think our goal is to have more impact, but we understand more about where we have to make that impact. We need to have more discipline around it, but we also know now that it takes time. So, and that's within kind of, our approach is to take that time to make sure that it is having the impact that we need.
Okay, I've got some subs over here.
Oh, yeah, okay, so tiny sup on this, and then I might ask about Hikitia, which is an injury prevention program. So the money that was removed by ACC from WorkSafe, specifically in relation to injury prevention, where has that money been repurposed into, and has that been repurposed into injury prevention?
Yeah, so with the money that we were providing to WorkSafe, it was not showing having an impact on in the WorkSafe or in the workplace injuries, so that the funding came back into the pool. We spent about a similar amount in our prevention approaches in the workplace across the 4 major priority systems that we're working in.
Okay. Parmjit?
Yeah. So in your report, you have said that the return on investment in injury prevention increased, but there are fewer injuries that were prevented in 2024, 2025 than expected. So it's the serious kind of injuries that were prevented more than the kind of less serious injuries. So one would imagine that injuries that are of lesser serious nature are easily preventable than the more serious kind of injuries. Can you just explain this whole thing to us, like with the effort that you put in? Obviously, the injuries happen at different places when you're talking about serious versus less serious. But if you could just explain that to us, that would be really helpful.
Well, we are guided by the Act and the legislation when we're investing levy payers funding into initiatives, and we have to be quite confident that it's cost effective and that it will result in fewer claims. So the areas that we prioritise our work around the priority areas, and sometimes that's sectors that have high volume but smaller claim volume, say falls, for example. So you might have 800,000 falls happening, but the average is $2,000 each, compared to in the road area, you might have 30,000 accidents, but at $14,000 a claim. So it varies across the different claims that we see. And if we're doing an intervention or focusing on what you can do in that sector, we take that into consideration in terms of the reach that we can get and how much you invest in it. And largely our return on investment looks at, the reduction in claims. So how much money or investing are you putting in, and what can you see with the claims being reduced?
No, I understand that. What I'm trying to understand here is that the serious nature of injuries have dropped, but the less serious nature, that means they haven't dropped because you haven't been able to reach your expectation for prevention of injuries. So one would imagine that those kind of injuries of less serious nature are more easily preventable. So your approach towards that, I do understand that you've mentioned there are some priority areas where you're focusing. So in that relation.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the case. So because in each of those different sectors, you can have minor injuries plus more serious injuries. So you can have falls that.
But your report says
concussion.
Your report says that those prevented were in high risk areas where injuries are generally more severe. So it's your report that is saying that more injuries were prevented in the high risk areas. So what I'm saying is that high risk areas means they are severe injuries. And if the injuries are not that severe, you would imagine that they are easily preventable. So that's the kind of question I'm asking.
Well, I think that the challenge there is, if you think about, we've had a lot of growth in the rate of gym-related injuries. And so I wouldn't say there's an easy fix for us in terms of how you reduce the number of gym injuries. Where we've had real success, and the reason that the ROI was higher but the number of claims was lower, was our young driver and our motorbike rider programs have been really successful in reducing the rates of injuries in those groups of people. If there was a similar thing we could do for gym injuries, that would be fantastic.
Yeah.
Or the accidents happening in the home. So the team is doing some pilot work with a few hundred home-based people, but they're almost it's almost insidious, the sort of the rate of injuries in and around homes. And so, as we'd say most years, if we could do a community service announcement, it would be to people at home to be careful, particularly putting up Christmas decorations.
Final thought.
So on the pilot that you're doing, how do we know how it's progressing and when do we find out?
Probably next year. So we're just starting that work. So there'll be a request for proposals going out next month.
Okay. Vanessa,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my question is about some of the access for Māori, and so in the report there was mention of it says mentioned strengthening rongoa service provision. Does that strengthening mean increased funding for it, and is that what's driving increased access for Māori? So basically, is it being self-driven by the providers who are then making the claims on behalf of people?
So the strengthening of the service provision, without saying the specific reference, will be referring to working with the sector to ensure that we've got good quality and outcomes information from the sector, and make sure that people are accessing, the right services for their needs.
Okay. So does the slight increase in access for Māori, is that correlated with an increase in claims through rongoa Māori providers?
Not necessarily. No.
Because Rongoa is a service.
Camilla Bellich, and then I got a mic.
Thank you. So just sticking with injury prevention, although I do have some follow-up questions on Monipuri, as I flagged earlier. I wanted to talk about the Hikitia program. You originally said that the decision in relation to phase 2 would be revisited in the 2026 to 27 financial year in relation to funding of that program. Is that still correct?
Yeah, we're still underway. Yeah, so sexual violence prevention is still a priority area for us. We're still spending between $6 and $7 million this financial year on prevention initiatives that range from community providers like Hikitia through to workforce initiatives and behaviour change campaigns. But we paused the rollout of that particular program so that we could relook at everything that we're doing in the sexual violence prevention space, take the year to reset, ensure that we're working alongside our other system players that work on prevention as well. So we're still doing that work this financial year.
So will you rule out any further delays in relooking at the phase 2 of Hikitia?
We're aiming to have decisions made so we can have clarity before next financial year.
Kind of a couple of questions on that. So firstly, how effective is Hikitia in sexual violence prevention? My understanding is it's a pretty good program. Secondly, why was the pause initiated so soon after phase 1 of Hikitia started?
I think the issue is we don't know how successful the Hikitia model is going to be. We don't know the impact of that model. The 5 providers had only just been onboarded in November last year. So we wanted to have the time to make sure that it is the right model and it's having an impact before spreading that out more broadly across the sector.
Okay. Are you going to a new primary?
So
I'll just give Mike one first.
No, I was going to ask more about Hikitia. So with the original plan, it was, I think, to have 16 organisations in 16 different areas. And at the moment, I think we've got, what is it, five?
Mm-hmm.
Is the plan still to implement those 16 different providers in 16 different areas, or will that depend on decisions that you still have to take?
Decisions and plus availability of our funding for next financial year.
Just a supplementary on that point. Is it just about funding, or is it about proving that the model works?
Yeah, both. Yeah, impact as well as funding.
Great. Mike.
Thanks, Chair. I got a couple of slightly different questions around human resources. I was just looking at the annual report and the workforce, and there's a couple of things that really stand out in there. The gender pay gap is quite big at 18.8, but then when you look at the all staff compared to the tier 1 to 3 managers, it's I guess could say quite disappointing when you look at the diversity, how it suddenly jumps from 59% European across the complete workforce to 84% European, and also the gender goes from 70% female down to 41% when you go to that top tier management, 3 management levels. So I'm just wondering what has been done to, I guess, change this makeup of this tier 1 to 3 managers and also the medium gender pay gap.
Starting with the gender pay gap, 70% of our workforce is female, and that's heavily dominates our client-facing teams. So we look at both the vertical gender pay gap, which, as you say, is quite large, and also the horizontal pay gaps at each level of the organisation. So then I guess you've got to do things in sequence. So the first thing we've focused on over the last few years is balancing it at each level, so that whatever tier you are in the organisation, it's within plus or minus 3%. We've got a lot more work to do on the vertical pay gap, because technically, from a sort of mathematical point of view, we'd need to get all of our tiers throughout the organisation to 70% female to be able to balance that out. And the other thing I would say is in those senior roles, in tier 1 to 3, it is quite point in time. So, for example, we have a new chief clinical officer joining the executive team in a couple of weeks. That will change the gender balance quite significantly for the executive team. It does swing about a bit. The best thing we can do is help to get real internal movement up through the organisation. We've got some leadership programs. We've got a now well embedded multi-leadership program, because we're quite underrepresented in senior roles compared to our frontline roles for Māori. So we've just got to keep working on it.
Yeah, it just stands out, like gender and diversity at the top level stands out from that report. And the other thing, and I guess when you look at the letter of expectation from the minister, is very clear around cost reduction, and looks like the focus of that was around customers. But did that also go across, I guess, to senior staff remuneration? Because when you look at the annual report again, there's 20 employees that got over 500,000. I think the top got in excess of 1 million, and I think the executive in total was about over 4.6 million. So has that been looked at as well as a way to reduce cost?
So just to go to that table of remuneration, so it's important to note that those highest paid roles are our investments team, and I think there's a note beneath the table that calls that out. They receive both a base pay and an incentive, a performance-based incentive. So that makes up, I think, something like 10 of the 10 sort of top remunerated roles in the organisation. So when you park that, it looks a bit different. In terms of the broader question about efficiency and managing costs, I mean, we absolutely have an obligation to run the organisation as efficiently as we can. We spoke last year about the 6.5% overhead cost reduction that we delivered. We also reinvested some of that in the 250 additional case managers we talked about earlier. So I think that was a really good reinvestment.
And I accept it's a difficult question to answer, but do you see the excessive over $4.6 million for the executive for the last financial year value for money?
Well, I do. Look, we have to look at all aspects. Overheads, Stuart called out the seven levers, and overheads is one of them that we have to look at, because it has direct impact on OCL.
Yeah.
At the same time, we're trying to turn the ship. It's a big and complex ship. Turn the ship around, and we need people to do that. So by definition, the 250 people all cost money, and that goes to the overhead line. So we have to balance up what we're trying to achieve and how we do it and the speed at which we do it. So it's not off the table, but at the moment we have priorities that are more important than focusing on the overhead line. It will be a focus, but it's part of a planned
Yeah, and there was
attack.
And there was significant redundancies in the last financial years, which had also significant cost. Is it expected to be more redundancies moving forward with?
Not that I'm aware of.
We don't have any plans.
Supplementary to the point made around the performance component, can you just, for the record, make clear your view of the ability to attract and retain the talent you need in your investment team to look after this very valuable taonga for New Zealand?
It is, I mean, obviously we do have to remunerate them because if they're good, they are in demand. And that's why they have a different remuneration structure than maybe the rest of ACC. But we believe that remuneration structure allows us to keep the team that delivers the returns that we're getting. And you're right, it is a very important part of the scheme. You know, 54 billion is one of the biggest schemes both here and in Australia in terms of insurance investment portfolios.
For the independent review opined on this as well. So we're a well-run investment organisation. We run low cost. In some cases, half to a third of what similar organisations of the size and complexity will be. So we have an investment sprint policy that enables us to attract and retain, but it's something that we need to always be mindful of. We produced $4.4 billion last year. About 250 million of that was purely due to the people we hire. So trying to keep that kind of, that kind of value add in place is important to us. And as I said, over 33 years, we've had 1.2% of the 9.3% has been due to who we've hired. So it's an important part of why we've been successful. We had a Board Investment Committee Strategy Day a few weeks ago, and that has been the core for why we've been successful. So remuneration is important to actually get the staff we need. The results they produce are definitely value for money.
And so final sub on that. So the results achieved in the year under review, in your view, have a direct correlation to your ability to retrain and attract and retain the investment team that you've got, and remuneration structure is a key part of that?
Absolutely. Without that, we wouldn't have been able to produce the results we did.
Great, thank you. Come on.
I want to follow on from my questions that I asked around the cutting of or the pausing of the Akitea program. Recently, there's been another announcement in relation to the funding that is provided to Water Safety New Zealand, which is a reduction of 1.1 million in Water Safety New Zealand to actively prevent death by drowning. Could you let me know the reasons why you decided to cut that funding? And also, are there other programs that relate to injury prevention that ACC has either stopped funding or is planning to either stop or reduce funding, and those decisions that have been made to date?
So Renee can talk in a bit more detail, but I would just say in response to your question, again, as stewards of the scheme, we do need to make sure that we're investing levy payers' money well in the things we need to do. And we do have a requirement legislatively to get a return on the investment from our injury prevention activities. And so it's incumbent on us to regularly review those investments and understand whether they're delivering. If they're not, why not? And where we don't believe they can deliver, then, to make what are, frankly, some difficult decisions where, the reality is that there's a lot of trade-offs and choices that we need to make about where we invest that money. So Renee.
And just carrying on from that, we do monitor and track all the investments and initiatives against claims that have been saved, and we see quite good claims reductions in some sectors that we work in. For instance, agriculture, forestry, and sectors that have SportSmart, using SportSmart in the ride program for motorcycles. So we track those, and we're always making decisions against that and monitoring those contracts. Unfortunately, in the situation of the WaterSafe contract, we weren't seeing any measurable change in the claims that we were receiving around drowning related incidents.
Questions on that. So Water Safety New Zealand says that they have, and their modelling suggests that they've reduced death or injury by drowning by about 25% since they were formed in 2005. That seems pretty good considering the severity of what happens usually in a drowning situation, where you can either have be okay or have very serious injuries, or sadly we do see a lot of death by drowning in New Zealand for obvious reasons. It seems pretty good to me. Why did you decide not to continue with that funding?
So we look at the claims saved. So we monitor against claims because that's the legislation requires us to be cost effective, looking at the claims reduction so that it leads to a levy reduction. We can't see any investment in where we were providing it against claims saved. So the trend for claims against drowning incidences have been trending flat for a long time. And we just can't see the claims being reduced from that investment.
Is that perhaps the fact, though, that when people are drowning, they're not obviously going to make an ACC claim because, sadly, that's not the situation.
Yes, that's right. They might be saving claims, but our role in terms of using levy payers funding is around the claims and the injuries resulting in claims.
I think that might make people, I understand your answer, but I think that might make people a bit uncomfortable in the sense that those are very serious injuries and we want to prevent them, even though there isn't a link there. So the second part of my question was, what other programs have been stopped or paused within the year in review in relation to injury prevention?
Can I just go back to to water safety again, because there are a number of players in the water safety space that will work with Water Safety New Zealand. We'll continue to support them through our summer safety hints and other ways. And the teams worked quite closely with Water Safety New Zealand and the various other players in this space.
And government also fund surf life saving, Coast Guard. It's in the school curriculum as well. So there is activity going in across the system.
Sorry.
With safety. Yeah. Last financial year. So we monitor all our contracts and our arrangements and partnerships in terms of the impacts that they're having. So a number of times it's a long-term kind of goal. So they might be funding this year, but claims prevented in the out years as well. So we're working with all our partners in terms of the performance of their contracts.
So in terms of which ones have been stopped or paused in terms of funding, we've gone through two. What are other programs that's been?
I don't think there's any this financial year, but there's definitely programs that we're working with that aren't having as much impact as they could have. So we're working with those providers.
And I think this is a theme, sorry, Chair.
No, Farah.
A theme, whether it's across what we invest in injury prevention, what we spend with our health providers, our own case management, hopefully what you get is a sense that we are being very disciplined and making sure that we're delivering value for injured New Zealanders and levy payers through what we do. We can't fund everything everywhere, and we need to make sure that we're funding the things that are within our legislative remit and helping injured New Zealanders.
Can I ask a supplementary around how you calculate your return on investment from injury prevention, noting that it's gone up from 1.86 dollars per dollar to 1.92 year to year. Just interested in how that number's calculated. If you can talk to us a little bit about that.
From a very simple answer, it's the money that you're putting in and versus the claims that you're saving, and that's your return. But there's a number of factors also that impact that figure. So the cost of your claim, so it's an average. So if your average claim cost goes up and you prevent more injuries, that's a better result. So that's the increase you'll see is because the claims cost average goes up.
So you're measuring claims in a sector pre and post campaign.
Yeah, that's right. So when we track and evaluate what's happening and make judgments about attribution.
And is there any particular reason that ACC's non-competitive procurements for above $100,000 over that financial year have a large portion of those those services directly related to injury prevention activity?
So, for instance, if you talk, for example, Sport Smart and rugby, there's only one organisation that looks after New Zealand rugby, so that's why they'll be in there. So there's a lot of sector players that we work with who are the only ones in that sector, for instance. So it doesn't surprise me that we've got more.
So that's pre-planned.
Yeah,
it's not
definitely,
last minute.
and we follow the procurement rules in that space.
Thank you.
The primary?
Primary, and then we'll move on after this one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, is that right?
Yeah, so I wanted to ask about equity. ACC has an equity problem in relation to the people that it pays out with claims. And I say that because I've recently looked at your report that you published in March of this year, which suggested that statistically speaking, fewer women, Māori, Pacific, Asian and disabled people received money from ACC, or didn't make claims and didn't receive funding in relation to those claims. So there's clearly, as your own evidence suggests, an issue in relation to how ACC pays out money, which is collected from all levy payers, which is, everyone engaged in the workforce. So with that in mind, how is ACC going to address this, given that we've already heard from you, Megan, that there is going to be less of a focus on equity from ACC?
So I agree we need to make sure that the scheme is fair and accessible to everyone who's entitled to access it. And the numbers that that you're talking about indicate that that's not the case. And we can make all sorts of assumptions about why that might be, but they're just assumptions. So one of the big things that we're quite excited about, and it's probably a bit sad that we're excited about it, is we've worked with the Ministry of Health to get a specific question into the New Zealand Health Survey that will ask a question to understand the prevalence of injury, because what we know at the moment is how many people claim. What we don't know is how many people are getting injured. And so we're missing, if you like, the denominator. So for the first time, once we have the survey that I think goes out in June, so we'll get the information this time next year, we'll be able to compare that through the IDI with our claims data and get a much better picture of, by cutting, New Zealand into, so whether it's geographic or ethnicity or other indicators, where are those gaps between people getting injured and people claiming from ACC? So we can, for the first time, hopefully, be more targeted and more deliberate about how we then address, and what you would have seen in the report we know rurality is a challenge, socioeconomic factors are a challenge, but they're quite big things, and it's we need some more specific ways of targeting. So that's one of the things.
And we also know that most people access the scheme through our mainstream services. So our areas of focus is how do we make that mainstream available and accessible to all New Zealanders. And when we're doing work on social rehabilitation or claims management, our goal is to integrate equity approaches right from the service design. So it's integrated across when it's implemented and, you know, instead of adding it on, topping it up and, you know, and subsequently.
So with my last question around the statement that you made to staff, when we talked about injury prevention, your response was that it was focused all over the organisation and your team is going to be focusing on injury prevention. So, but the response to this equity question is the opposite, is that right? So rather than focusing in a particular team, you were going to be spreading that equity focus throughout the organisation. Is that correct?
Yeah.
There still is an equity and Māori focused roles across the organisation that are focusing on improving, you know, equity and Māori outcomes across the organisation. So that there is still teams across the organisation.
So what did you mean when you said there would be less of a focus on equity when you told all of your staff that?
Yeah, so again, it was around that sort of strategic level focus. You know, it was literally one of our 3 strategic goals. And so what it was signalling is this back to the core of what we do. And actually, you're right, in the core of what we do, embedding access and fair access to the scheme is being embedded through new contracts and new services rather than I guess growing as sort of a central focus. So it is in a way almost the opposite of the approach with injury prevention.
Can you help me just understand what that means on a practical level? So what won't you be doing for equity in ACC that you were previously doing when your focus was different?
Well, I mean, I think one small thing is we had developed essentially an equity action plan that was getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And so now what we're doing is paring that back to where are the areas where we really need to focus at the beginning of an activity to make sure that we're making this particular service accessible to more people.
And every area would have, you know, their own activities and plans. What we're doing is integrating it more across the organisation to make sure that where our work programs are focused, they're focused on the right things and having the right impact.
And I think the other thing you have to remember is I don't think we have the data to specifically answer some of the questions. So we don't have the data to say this is how many people in those designated populations, whichever they are getting injured, and here's the ones that are making claims, and is there a disconnect between those two? So that's the first step. We're not backing away from equity. We think all New Zealanders should have equitable access and service to recover from injuries. And if we're not servicing some populations, then we need to address that. But there is a prioritisation that we have to have in order to get basic services and support back online. And that's what we're focusing on. We're not giving up on injury prevention. We are being more deliberate about value for money, but we're not giving up on it. We're not giving up on equity, but we need to make sure that the basic services are appropriate and can service all New Zealanders.
Great.
I'm fine with moving on, but I do have some questions around.
So we'll move to part 4 and you can ask any.
Yeah, but just kind of more on, probably not case management because we've discussed that, but more of the kind of day-to-day.
So jump into part 4 and. Yeah.
Thank you. So I had some questions around some of the schemes that are funded through ACC. Programs that are funded through ACC, which are run by external organisations. So an example is the accredited employer scheme. And there are, as I understand, other external bodies that are funded through ACC to provide some of the service to work with clients and people who are injured. One of those is the a scheme that you have in place where decisions are reviewed, and there is a review in place to have reviewers contracted to an external organisation in order to check if decisions have been made, and there's been some controversy around those reviews and how individualised they have been. So I wanted to ask about those programs, whether you have been, as you had seemed to be, reviewing some areas in relation to injury prevention and equity. Have you also been reviewing these schemes, and are there any changes that you will be announcing or have made in relation to some of those provision of services by external organisations?
You're talking about navigation services where we support people who want to review the ACC decisions.
Yeah, I am, but I also just specifically in relation to so part of the navigation tool that reviews those decisions, but more broadly, I mean, there might be external provision that I'm not aware of that you may want to let the committee know that you have reviewed or changed within the year.
Navigation services.
So a couple of things. You raised several questions in there. So if we start with AEP, so we'll go in the alphabetical order. So you raised the accredited employer program. So look, that was established, as you might know, in statute in 2000. And just in the last 12 months, we've made some of the most significant changes to the program in its history. So there are about 483 business entities that are part of that program, which is all about allowing larger employers to manage their employees' claims for work-related injuries. So the changes that we've made in the last 12 months following advice to the Minister were changes which were really about increasing the threshold, so the expectations of those employers in terms of how they go about helping employees back to work. It's still very early on in terms of those changes. But yes, we're paying pretty close attention, and we expect to be in a position in the early part of next year where there'll be some more data available for us to understand, just how those accredited employers are doing. Now, in terms of how those accredited employers go about managing claims, many of them use third-party administrators, so TPAs. And in some cases, ACC has a small number of contracts directly with those TPAs to manage the non-work-related injuries for some of those accredited employers. So that's the AEP space.
Yeah. So what are the specific? So you said that there may be some changes. So as I understand it, each of the accredited employers, I think you said there are 483, have an individual contract with ACC to provide those services. So are the changes going to be changes to those contracts with those accredited employers, or are there other?
So what I'm referring to are changes to the requirements of those employers for their continued participation in the program. So
it has changed the contract.
So those changes were gazetted toward the back end of last year, and they were given effect in the early part of this year. So those new standards are in place for accredited employers, and so ACC's role is now to monitor the performance of accredited employers against those new standards.
And what have you found?
Well, I mean, I guess one headline would be that, as you would expect, we didn't drop standards, we increased them. And so a number of employers have found it a little more difficult to meet the standard, and that's what you would expect. So that's one of the headlines that we've found. But like I said, we've been collecting the data for a relatively short period of time, so we expect to be in a position to have something more to say about that next year.
And would that mean that there would be a reduction? Would you be cancelling the contracts for some of those accredited employers if they weren't able to meet the new gazetted standard?
Look, I mean, ultimately, we want to work constructively with employers. We share the same ambition as they do, right, which is to prevent injuries and then to help people to recover when those injuries occur. So, where an employer doesn't necessarily meet the standard, we will work with them because, again, these are new standards.
And it's really important, I think Megan mentioned in her comments, if we can keep people connected to the workplace, they're far more likely to be rehabilitated more quickly and get back to work more quickly if the employer is working with them and doing alternate duties, etc. And the team have been looking at pilot programs where they're working with specific employers to proactively run that sort of program where they keep the employees in work in alternate duties while they're injured and while they're getting rehabilitated.
You said that ACC and employers have the same objectives with the accredited schemes. Is that always correct though, because aren't there some employers who make a profit through running their accredited employer scheme as opposed to ACC levying and then paying out in the normal way? And because of that, isn't there an incentive for them to not pay out as much money or support the employee as much as ACC would in order to decrease the amount of money that they have to then spend?
Potentially, but you could also argue that that employer might have an even greater incentive, to Jan's point, to get that employee back to work. So the new framework that's being gazetted does give us more performance information to be able to monitor. And as Michael says, in a year's time, we'll have a full year's worth of that data. And in the meantime, we're in a better position to work with the accredited employers. But I think generally speaking, we all want to get people rehabilitated.
Thanks. Have you got a new primary?
No, I was just one
Okay.
final one. I did have some more questions, but I'm hoping it's slightly different subject, just on the reviewing tool, which we didn't get to. But just on the accredited employer scheme, when they are treating their employees in the same way that ACC would treat a client, will you be able to assess whether the amount of support is comparable to someone in an accredited employer scheme compared with someone who's just being treated by the general ACC scheme?
Yeah, that's a great question, and we can come back to you on the detail of that.
And we'll capture that. Thank you. So changing tack a little bit, this part is about how ACC delivers an efficient, capable and resilient organisation going forward. And you mentioned earlier the 260 frontline roles that got supported through the reprioritisation of funding and savings you found last year. Can you just talk a little bit about how that relates to capacity, efficiency, capability building looking forward?
Yeah, absolutely. So through the change process last year, as we've talked about, we were able to release some headroom to enable reinvestment effectively in what at the time was 250 additional frontline roles, case managers at that particular point in time, in order that we could have a greater number of people working in dedicated teams supporting those long-term claims pool clients back to work and to independence. And as far as the extent to which that's contributing to an efficient and effective organisation, I think we would say that is showing up in our results. So return to work rates are improved across the board, whether that's 28 days, 10 weeks, 9 months or 1 year. Those rates are all improving. The long-term claims pool growth rate, I think in our report, we reported at about 8.7. This morning it's at 3.2%. Which we haven't seen since 2017. And let's get to the heart of it. At the reality of that is we are helping people back to work and independence. That's good for them. It's good for their families. It's good for New Zealand. And it's also a really important part of ensuring that the scheme is around and sustainable for our kids and our grandkids.
Before I ask my next up, just give us those two numbers again. So down to 3.2.
3.2% growth rate. So at its peak, it was 15.3% in the early part of this year. And I think we reported 8.7% at the end of 30 June, which is the year in review.
Okay. So just going back to then the reprioritisation, 18 months ago when you sat around this committee talking about this year that we're now reflecting on, there was a lot of questions and concern raised by members about the fact that the government had said, go and have a look at how you're running your organisation. Can you just reflect on any other positive outcomes like the one that you've just shared that have come from that focus on value for money spent?
I think generally it was an important signal for us as an organisation that we need to be making those trade-offs and reprioritisation. So to me, that was probably the most important thing. We can't do everything, but we have to do the things that are most important. And they're the things that are the most important now into the future, not necessarily 2 years ago or 3 years ago or 10 years ago. And we've continued to do that. We've a bit of a spoiler alert to the end of the year. We've made a commitment to, despite the pressure on the scheme, to do everything we can to come in on our operating budget this year. So that requires us to have further trade-off conversations around how to best invest our money during the year. So that discipline is really important, generally speaking. I think specifically the reinvestment into the front line, apart from giving us the ability to deliver for those clients, also was a strong signal that the rest of us are here to support the front line to deliver for clients. And that's a really important message for me, for the organisation to get. We've got a long way to go, and a lot more work to do. But it's good to be able to sit here and talk about the progress.
And so just again, in terms of talking about focusing on being a more effective, sustainable organisation, one of the other concerns 18 months ago when we were sitting here and we're talking about the year ahead was that would lead to a mass exodus or reduction in headcount. Now, am I correct in my understanding that the headcount year on year has gone to was at a total of 4,459 odd, and in the year that we're now reflecting on is 4,685 odd. So in other words, year to year, there was actually a net increase in headcount in your organisation that came from that focus on where you were spending money.
Yeah, we've certainly increased our headcount over the last period of time, and it's been in a very direct response to the need to help more people back to work in independence. And if you look at the mix of FTE across our organisation, you've certainly seen a greater proportion of investment into our customer frontline and less of an investment into some of our supporting and enabling functions. But to Megan's point, there are only two kinds of people that we employ at ACC. There are those folks working directly with clients, and then there are those folks supporting and enabling those people who are working with clients.
And those doing investments.
And those enabling them to pay for them. That's right, Jan.
And those making sure you can spend the money. So final question on that front. Are there any indicators? So you've talked a lot about some really positive indicators that are tracking. Are there any indicators that you're concerned about as a result of those changing?
I think our 13-week numbers are looking pretty good, aren't they? So our run rates are looking good on all of the metrics.
Yeah, I think the chair's absolutely right. The thing that I suppose I spend a bit of time thinking about, and we spend quite a bit of time talking about, we are seeing a significant increase in the number of review applications that we receive. So as we talked about earlier, any injured New Zealander that receives a suspension letter or an adverse decision letter from us has the right to review that. We think that's really important. We are seeing quite a significant increase in the number of reviews. What's really comforting and important is that decision quality appears to be holding. So that is, of reviews that go all the way through to a full review hearing, we're still seeing about 3/4 of them, 74% of those being found in ACC's favour. So that's really important. But as I say, as our really talented and committed people are working hard every day to help injured New Zealanders back to work in independence, one decision at a time, it really is important that we maintain public trust and confidence in the way we do that. So that's something that we're paying close attention to.
But there are still areas that we need to look at, things like procurement and whether we work more closely with people like Pharmac or Health New Zealand on getting a better deal for ACC through the buying power of New Zealand health services. So the team are working with both those organisations to see how we can join up on procurement of medical devices, etc.
So that's about the next stage of
That's the
opportunity.
next,
Right.
yeah.
Great.
So we're not just sitting here saying, yes, tick the box, we're doing well on that so we can stop. There's always more.
And if I could have one too, I'd say the other thing that we do spend quite a bit of time being mindful of is the pressure on our people. We've done a lot of what we've done in the last 12 months through our people going the extra mile. It is literally one conversation at a time. Excuse me. And we need to make sure that we're supporting them with better tools, better access to good, helpful information. Some of the things we talked about earlier, so that our really experienced clinical folks aren't spending 70% of their time trawling through PDFs to make sense of a 20-year clinical history of a complex client's story, to make it easier for our people to be able to do the right thing for clients more often, rather than, just them feeling more pressure. So that's really important as well into the future. It's why we've got a work stream around how we actually future-proof what we're doing, and so that's important as well.
Great.
Thank you. Probably followed on from the questions you're answering around the review. So the Independent Complaints Review Authority is contracted by ACC. I think you contract 2 independent companies to undertake that work. And that's, as you were saying, for when people want a review of the decision. This year, there was some controversy around whether the quality of those reviews and whether they were being independently made in relation to people's specific cases.
Yep.
Since those, and I know that you responded to media at that time. Since that occurred, what have you undertaken this year in terms of making sure that those reviews are firstly independent and of a high quality that New Zealanders would expect?
Yeah, so you're right. We contract 2 independent dispute resolution providers, Fairway Resolution and ICRA. We continue not to have any evidence that has been brought to our attention that we think substantiates the view that there are templated decisions being made for clients. We continue to work closely with both of those organisations. Section 137 through 139 of the Accident Compensation Act makes really clear that we do have to engage those providers. It is our responsibility to be part of the process for how it is that they're selected and how it is that they work, and we continue to do that. I think one of the concerns that was raised was the extent to which there were templated paragraphs that were being populated into letters. That is a very common process. That does not mean to say that there are templated decisions being made to, sort of group disentitled, kind of clients or have reviews overturned against them. So that's just not how it works.
You can understand how people may feel uncomfortable when they receive a review decision and someone else with a different concern has received paragraphs that may be substantively identical though, and how that may raise concerns for them. So did you, in terms of when, and that you said that it hasn't been substantiated, what steps did you take in order to reach that conclusion?
I think this is quite an important question, so we'll come back to you on the detail of that.
Okay, we'll do that. Thank you. Mike.
Thank you. It's similar lines. So I just want to get the numbers right. So the growth rate of the long-term claims pool is down to 3.2%.
That's an annualised growth rate. Correct.
And is that a case of more going out or less coming
It's a product
in?
of both.
It's pretty even.
Yeah, so we've been very focused on doing 2 things. So our integrated recovery team works really hard with clients in the long-term claims pool to help them back to work in independence. And our supported recovery team works really hard with those clients who are pre-365 days to help them back to work in independence before they cross over into the long-term claims pool. There'll also be some great work being done by our partnered recovery team. So because there are some seriously injured clients in the long-term claims pool as well. And those folks also do return to work and independence, though they might continue to access a range of other supports from us.
Okay. And so as the growth rate has gone down, you've seen the review challenges going up.
Yeah, so several things. As the long-term claims pool growth rate has come down, we have seen review applications increase. more broadly, we've been, issuing more adverse decision letters than we have done previously, and that's just a product of more case managers working directly with clients.
And the review of those, review of that, what percentage have favoured the customer?
Yeah, so I can step through that. So of all the reviews, if I think about reviews in the last 12 months, about 40% of them were resolved through early dispute resolution. So that's internally within ACC. About another 35% were resolved once that review had gone to an independent third party. And then of the sort of 25% that are left that go through to a full review hearing, so three quarters of those are found in ACC's favour. So if we look at all
25% though are found in favour of
those that go through to full review.
Are you happy with that? That you're
Look, I think what that tells me is that our people get it right most of the time.
25%?
Hold on, just let him finish.
What it also says to me is they don't get it right all of the time. And so we are a learning organisation, and where we do get it wrong, in those instances where a review is overturned in the client's favour, three things happen. The client's entitlement is reinstated. In many cases, the entitlement is backdated to the date that it was suspended. And thirdly, in many instances, and quite rightly, we have a grumpy client that we need to help back to independence. So there aren't incentives for us, to encourage our people to be making poor decisions. And as I say, 75% of reviews that go through to full review hearing that are found in ACC's favour, that's, we're not uncomfortable with that, but of course we want to be making sure that our people are making the best decisions they possibly can.
Okay, we're going to move to the final part for general questions, current events, and we'll give you a few minutes at the end for some concluding remarks.
I have questions around two current events, and I'll ask the questions, and then if you want to answer them, then that will be great. Otherwise, I understand that they're related to on matters that current events but are ongoing. So the first is in relation to the strike action that ACC's had this year. Significant strike action, over 1,000 workers taking strike action in relation to terms and conditions, some of whom are saying that they're not earning much more than the minimum wage. Appreciate your obligations in good faith. As an ex-employment lawyer, I'm aware of that. Any comment that you wanted to make over the progress of being able to settle that dispute?
Yep, simply that we're continuing to negotiate in good faith with the PSA. Look at, and it is the reality that some of our people felt the need to strike, and we completely respect that. I do just want to clarify, it was misreported, the number. So we have about 1,300 of our staff who are members of the PSA. And of those, about 750 chose to join that full day strike, and we absolutely support their right to do so.
Hopefully an update from you soon on that. The other question I wanted to ask was in relation to this issue around working from home. As I understand, there was a change that was implemented through your policy, which has now been challenged by the Public Service Association. Obviously, I'm not sure of the status of that, but I wanted to give you an opportunity to comment on that challenge as well.
Yes, so we, in response to the PSA challenge and feedback from our people, we put a pause on any changes, and we went back out and conducted a full consultation with our people. That closed a few days ago, so we're in the process of working through our staff's feedback before we make any decisions.
And just for those of us who may be not aware of the exact detail of it, was a change that limited the amount of time that people could work from home?
Yeah, it would have been a change to the number of days that people are required to work in the office versus away from the office.
Okay, sounds, hopefully you have an update in due course.
Yes. Yeah.
And I should also mention that was part of the action from the culture review, that in order to build the culture within the organisation, you needed the social interaction and the actual joining of the teams in the office. And I think that the proposal is that people work 3 days in the office.
So in that environment, I imagine in the culture review, a number of those organisations would have had a lot to say about the need to improve culture. And then when you implement the recommendations, are advocating essentially against the implementation of those recommendations as an employer and trying to be good leaders and good stewards of the culture in your organisation, which we've heard for the last couple of hours. That must put you in a pretty difficult situation. Interested in how you navigate that?
It is difficult. Culture's difficult. And it's a little bit like risk in an organisation, and risk is everybody's business. Culture is actually everybody's business as well. And it's not just how leaders at the top front up, it's actually how people all the way through the organisation front up, and being willing to contribute to a respectful but a high-performing organisation. So, you know, you can read lots of studies on you can't dictate a culture. You can't process a culture. It is quite a organic thing that has to develop, and what we're kind of committed to is living and acting the values that the people have actually formulated, and demonstrating that we will live those values as well as expecting people to live the values.
Well, like Camilla, I look forward to seeing the outcome of that, and hopefully they give you the chance to actually do your job and shifting that culture. Any concluding questions?
Just you might want to reflect on it in your concluding comments, but just with you, Jen, and your role as chair, just maybe reflecting on how you see your role within ACC and any particular change of approach that you personally will be bringing to your job.
Well, maybe a good segue to hand over to you for some concluding remarks.
Well, that's quite the challenge, isn't it? I see my role as, in a way, as being conductor of the orchestra. We have people that are very talented within the organisation. We have people that are talented within the board, and it's really bringing that diversity of skills and capabilities to the organisation, but focusing us on things that make a difference for the next 3 years, and then the next 3 years after that, which is part of the reason that the review said the 10-year strategy, while aspirational, was a little bit too big and too long for people to get a grip of. So clarity, transparency, and accountability are sort of the things that I expect of myself and the organisation. I think we've made good progress over the last 18, 24 months. These things take time to work through the system. This is not a quick fix, but we do need to start on the journey, and we'll iterate as the journey goes through, but being very clear about what the outcome should be.
Thank you. Do I make any concluding?
I couldn't say it any better than my chair.
Well, look, thank you very much to you and your team for coming and joining us today.
Yeah.
Thank you to all of your team across the country for the work they do for New Zealanders. We very much appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, members, we have a scheduled Welcome, Minister.
Oh, it's very quiet.
Diligently waiting.
Thank you. And look, you've got afternoon tea as well.
Feel free to take one.
Not sure that I need it, but thank you. Now,
Kindly
have you
provided
guys been here since early this morning?
I know, we came at 12.
Oh, okay.
Do you guys want to-
Thank you. Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, Minister, we have half an hour with you this afternoon. Happy to give you the opportunity to make some brief introductory remarks, and then we'll go to questions if that's okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and committee members. Thank you for making time available. I have got some introductory remarks. I intend to keep them far more brief than others would want me to make, so I don't want to go too far into the detail. I'm happy to answer questions at the end of it. But look, ACC remains a fundamental, foundational part of what it is to be a Kiwi. And it's an entity that I think is far too important to allow to become unsustainable, either financially or, more importantly, in terms of the individuals that ACC supports. And ultimately, at its essence, ACC is a social insurance scheme. It works really well for New Zealand and New Zealanders almost all of the time. And I'm determined to make sure that in association with the board chair and the chief executive and her team, that it continues to do that. You will have heard from Megan and Jan earlier in the afternoon. I've got some folks here from MB, but I want to just spend a minute or two talking about why and how ACC is not currently performing as well as it should. And as a result of that performance not being as good as it should, it's not achieving what I think individual New Zealanders need it to achieve. Part of the issue is that ACC's costs have ballooned. ACC's costs have increased significantly faster and at a more highly than, for instance, the rate of economic inflation across the countryside over the last few years. And as members around the table will know that that's actually been quite high, but ACC's rate of increased cost has even been more so. The outstanding claims liability group, liability, which estimates the future cost of existing claims currently covered by ACC, so that's currently covered, has reached $65 billion. $65 billion. That's a very big and significant number. And sometimes we tend to gloss over the quantum and the size of the numbers. So without any change, that projected figure is likely to increase to $78.3 billion by the 28-29 year. Very large numbers and heading in what I think is the wrong direction. So what's at issue? Well, nearly 2/3 of the more than 24,000 New Zealanders in that long-term claims pool, so those are people who have been receiving ACC support for longer than 12 months, have non-serious injuries. And those non-serious injuries are things and I'm not discounting them, but they, in medical terms, are relatively simple compared with, more serious things. So things like strains and sprains, fractures and dislocations. If 2/3 of that 24,000 are people who are on a scheme for more than 12 months because of a strain or a sprain, then I think that's not serving them well, and it's not serving the scheme well. And I think that we can and must do better for New Zealanders in terms of quicker return to independence. So I think that with the right changes, we can ensure supportive and successful journey back to return to work independence, and that needs to be at the forefront of ACC's decision-making in terms of how and when they assist New Zealanders who are making those recoveries. So There are a couple of other matters that I think we'll probably cover in terms of some questioning, but I want to just acknowledge to my right the new chair, Jan Dawson. Jan has been recently appointed to chair the board, and of course Megan Main, the chief executive. So Jan will shortly deliver the government's expectations, including measurable improvements in client outcomes and in terms of ACC's financial stability. And Jan will do that as a result of the letter of expectation that the Minister of Finance and I have recently written to her as board chair, and for the board to implement and report back to us as soon as possible. The other matter I wanted to raise just to this by way of introduction was I've received a little while ago the report from Scrutiny. Now, Affinity were the group that were tasked by my predecessor to do a review of ACC's operational performance. The report has not yet been released, but will be very shortly. But I can share with the committee that the key finding of the Affinity report is essentially that ACC needs to get back to basics. And the basics of the ACC scheme were set out in this document, which was the original Sir Owen Woodhouse chaired Royal Commission into ACC from 1967. And if you go through and read it, as I have done, it sets out the foundations of what ACC was meant to do. Society has changed a bit since 1967, so I'm not suggesting that we need to go back to 1967. But the basic premise of ACC was relatively simple, and I think it wouldn't hurt many of us to go back and look at the very basics of that scheme. Part of the basis of the scheme, which we don't talk enough about in my view, is that it is a no-fault, no-litigation scheme. Now, we don't talk about the benefits of no fault, no litigation very much these days. So, Mr. Chair, there are several other matters that I would like to raise, but in essence, that's probably enough from me at the outset. Happy to take questions from members.
Great. Come on.
Thank you. Welcome, Minister. Welcome back. You put out a press release on the 1st of October outlining many similar concerns to what you've just outlined in your opening comments, saying that you will shortly be releasing a turnaround plan for ACC. Where is it?
It's sitting with the board chair. As I've just indicated, the Minister of Finance and I have written a new letter of expectation to the board chair. And I think it's worth just explaining to the committee about the timetable and what have you. Members will remember that the then chair, Dr. Tracy Batten, resigned. I can't remember the exact. Do you remember the month, Megan? May, I think, something like that. She had family matters that she needed to attend to. So we had a couple of months of an interim chair with David Hunt, the deputy chair, came up and took that job. And then we went through a process to appoint a new chair. That has now been done. So Jan, who was on the board, has now been appointed chair. So that process, I'm happy to admit, slowed things down a wee bit. But we've now got the new letter of expectation, which sets out the government's expectations in terms of performance, financial stability, but most importantly, what it means for individual New Zealanders who are clients of ACC. So I'm expecting that Jan and the board will have that letter or a response to that letter back. Tomorrow. That's very timely. I was going to say probably a week or two, but tomorrow is. It comes to me. It comes to me. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we look forward to receiving it, but yeah, it would be good to see that, considering it was.
I'm very keen to see it
Released
too.
in October.
I'm keen to see it
which
too.
was sometime after the chair's resignation. Anyway, my next question is: in May this year, you said that ACC might not be the right place to support those with sensitive claims. What is your view on this now?
Well, I referred to this document earlier on, and in 1967, there was almost no mention of what we now call sensitive claims. In fact, in 1967, there was practically no mention. Indeed, when I read this some months ago, I don't think there was any mention of mental health issues as well. So since 1967, some things have changed. And we have in New Zealand, we're fortunate, I think, to have an ACC scheme that is nationwide, comprehensive, and covers all New Zealanders. So the issue that I was referring to then was, how does ACC best operationalise, adapt and adopt to changing societal circumstances that are required these days to address issues that, to be blunt, the scheme probably was never envisaged to cope with. But ACC, I think, now does a pretty good job of addressing those sorts of issues. So that was really the kind of point that I was getting to when I made those comments.
Just a supplementary on that, I mean, goes without saying that societal awareness around the injuries that are incurred through sexual abuse and the mental injuries as well has increased exponentially since the Owen Woodhouse report. It seemed to me with that response that you were not committing to ACC continuing to support sensitive claims in the way that it is by referencing the scheme's origins. Is that the correct interpretation of your comment?
No, that's not the correct interpretation at all. Okay. And if that is the interpretation that you've taken from it, then it's the wrong interpretation.
So you commit to ACC continuing to support those with sensitive claims?
ACC has a comprehensive team of really skilled, capable professionals who I think do remarkable work working with sensitive claim clients. Each of those sensitive claim clients has a set of circumstances that are challenging, mostly for the client, I have to say. And each one is, there's not a cookie cutter approach to them. Each one will be different. Each circumstance will be different. And what I've been able to see in my time as Minister from some of the people that are working with those sensitive claim clients, frankly, I've been really impressed with their empathy, with their sensitivity and with their professionalism in terms of the way that they address and work with those sensitive claim clients.
There's a supplement, Tim Vandermolen.
Yeah, thanks, Minister. Look, appreciate you coming in this afternoon and your initial comments as well. Fascinating to see the original copy there.
Yeah,
you have from
it's a good read.
It's
a few years ago.
Well, it's a
Well, yes, a copy of the original, not the
Parliamentary Library will provide you with
Copy of
one.
the original, not the
Yes,
original.
yes, that's right.
The language, it's not only the context that's changed, but the actual language.
Yes.
Some of the flowery language that is used in this document is language that we wouldn't use today.
I imagine so. Look, I was just interested in your comments around the lack of reference in that document to the mental health and the sensitive claims piece. And I just wonder if you could give, in the light of the questioning we're having, some insight into the scale of that now being covered under ACC.
Well, actually, probably Megan might be best placed to give you a sense of the quantum of the number of sensitive claim cases that are on ACC's books at the moment.
Yeah, I think we've got something like 25,000 sensitive claims clients at the moment, and that number is increasing year on year, both unfortunately because of the prevalence, but fortunately because people are coming forward. We're seeing it takes an average of 16 years for a client to come forward and seek treatment after their abuse. So we'd also like that time to reduce as people become more comfortable coming forward.
And do you have any view on whether that is reducing?
I don't know the answer to that, but if we take that as a question, we could come back with an answer to whether we're seeing that reduce.
Go. Primary.
Did you? Oh, and in the year under review, the long-term claims reduction the people receiving income support through long-term claims is reduced by about 8,000, around 20% of that. It's a significant reduction. Is this because of your letter of expectations instructing ACC to reduce claims?
No, I think it's probably because ACC are focused on trying to do the very best for New Zealanders. Look, what we know through very good medical and accepted knowledge is that the longer someone is off work, the harder it is for them to get back into work. And if you're off work for a sprained ankle, say, and you've been off work for longer than 12 months, That's a really bad outcome for the person primarily, but it's also a really bad outcome for the employer of that person, and it's a really bad outcome for the scheme, and it's a really bad outcome for us as New Zealanders. So ACC are doing, I think, now a very good job on encouraging quicker, faster interventions, and not just leaving people in a sort of a holding pattern. They are one of the things that ACC has done that I've been impressed with is that they've gone back to a case manager model. Back during, do you remember what year it was they did away with the case manager?
2019.
2019, they actually did away with case managers. And it meant that if you were an ACC client and you needed to talk to someone about your case, you rang an 0800 number or sent an email. And I can remember getting complaints as a constituent MP from people who said, I don't have a case manager, I don't have anyone that I can talk to anymore, I just have to talk to the person who answered the phone. That system, I think it's now widely accepted, didn't work. And we've returned now to a case manager model with more than 250 case managers employed, I think. What's the
Additional.
200, more than 250 additional case managers employed. So those people are now managing cases. They're managing individual clients in a way that had not been done for a number of years. And the result of that is that more people are returning to independence more quickly. That's a great win for those people, those individuals. It's a great win for their employers, and it's a great win for the scheme and us as New Zealanders.
I'm just going to ask a very quick sub on that. Of those 250, do you know how many of them have been employed in regional offices, such as the wonderful office in the Whanganui electorate?
Maybe.
I don't know that off the top of my head. I would say though that the vast majority of them will be in various regions. I don't know exactly how many are in Whanganui, but our staff are spread across the country.
I had to ask.
But that was one of the benefits of having regionalised case managers, because those. So, for instance, if in the beautiful electorate of Coromandel, if you had a case manager in Thames, that case manager would have known the local employers, would have known the local service providers, may well have known the family or indeed the client personally, and may well have been able to provide a far more localised, knowledgeable response than literally someone sitting in a cubicle answering an 0800 number.
Just supplementary to that answer, when I asked you, I think, in a previous hearing at this committee about your letter of expectations and how that would be implemented, you indicated that the way that you could reduce claimants without changing entitlements would be through the focus on injury prevention. We've heard today from your chief executive that there will be less of a focus on injury prevention through ACC in her message to staff. Can you explain to me how these two statements or approaches are compatible?
Yeah, quite easily. ACC spends a lot of money on injury prevention. Some of it doesn't prevent injuries. Not all of it, but some of it doesn't. So one of the things that ACC is doing, which I'm thrilled about, is they're actually assessing those injury prevention schemes and programs for effectiveness, for outcomes. Are the schemes that are being funded, are they actually reducing injuries? And in some cases, they've found that those schemes, those programs are being funded year after year after year with no demonstrable reduction in accident numbers. And so my sense as Minister, and I actually can't tell ACC what to do, it's an independent Crown entity, but what I can do is ask questions and say, is this money that you are spending on prevention, is it getting a result? Are you actually preventing accidents? Can we measure it? And where you can measure it, I mean, there's a very good scheme. Again, some of us that have rural constituencies will know Farmstrong, for instance, a really good program that is getting excellent results, tangible results in terms of providing physical and mental health benefits to people working in rural situations on farms and so forth. getting up great results. So I'm looking keenly at programs like that. But where there are programs that money is going into and they aren't able to demonstrate those results, well then I think ACC's right to ask a question about that.
Just a supplementary on that, an example that we discussed in our hearing earlier today that maybe fits that criteria was the Water Safety New Zealand program that has this year received a reduction in funding of 1.1 million.
Correct.
That focuses on preventing drownings, and their evidence suggests that they've reduced the number of drownings since 2005 by about 25%. Now that doesn't have a clear link to claim reduction and the nature of the injury that it's preventing.
Correct.
So are you comfortable with that decision and other decisions that ACC might be making that may not fit into that reducing claims square, but are obviously extremely important for New Zealand?
Yes, indeed. So ACC needs to work within its legislative parameters, and as important as water safety education is, one would argue potentially that that's not within the purview of ACC. Now, that's not a call for me to make, but that's a decision for ACC people to make in terms of where they place that funding and where they don't. Megan, you might like to, have you already answered a question like that earlier in the day, did you?
We've already had.
Yeah. So I would defer to the Chief Executive and the Board Chair's answer on that.
Parmjit, you've got a question?
Thank you. So, Minister, that information about having more case managers is really a positive thing. But on the other hand, what we hear is the long-term sustainability of ACCs under pressure. So you just mentioned about looking at the cost effectiveness of some schemes to prevent. Are there like other things which are being looked at so that we know that whatever is being spent, it is effective?
Yeah. Look, that's an extremely good question, Dr. Palmer. One of the things that I would like ACC to explore, and it's in the new letter of expectation, is I think that there are potential benefits in terms of procurement. For instance, could there be alignment with Health New Zealand's procurement of equipment, for instance? ACC and Health New Zealand both are in the marketplace for, say, wheelchairs or equipment that someone might use if they are injured or incapacitated. And I think that there is a potential for a greater cross-government alignment of procurement. That's something that I would like ACC to explore. And it just seems to me that that's an opportunity that is worth asking some questions about. I'm not sure what the results might be, but I think it's worth at least asking the question.
Thank you.
About those sorts of things.
We've talked a little bit about sensitive claims. One of the ways and the cost of sensitive claims in terms of the ACC scheme. One of the ways of preventing those types of claims is through prevention programs like the program Hikitea that ACC partly funds. Will you be supportive of implementing phase 2 of that program if it proves to be successful at preventing sexual violence?
Well, that's a decision ultimately for ACC people to make. Ministers don't make those decisions. And I'm happy and confident to leave those decisions to ACC. To be frank, they have a better knowledge and understanding of the programs and also the outcomes of the programs than I do. That's their job, to make those sorts of assessments. So I'm happy to defer to the judgment of the Chief Executive and her team on matters of that sort.
Right.
Just a quick supplement. So if the decision of the ACC chair or board or decision makers within the organisation was to continue to support that, or that it was effective, supportive of that, as much, understand it's not your decision, but you do have a role in overseeing ACC.
Yeah, well, as I say, I think it's probably there are a lot of schemes that, I keep calling them schemes. It's the scheme is the scheme. ACC is the scheme. They're programs, and I'm sorry I'm using the wrong terminology, but there are multiple programs that ACC fund. What I want to see from ACC is that the programs that are funded get the results that they say that they will achieve. And there have been some programs that have been funded in some cases for years, multiple years, that simply don't produce the result that the program promoters say that they'll produce. And as far as I'm concerned, it's, I think one of the prime criteria for the ACC board and the chief executive and their respective teams is to get programs supported that are going to get positive results. And if they're not getting a result, then I would rather the money be spent on a program that is getting a result.
Yeah, thanks, Minister. And, I think you've almost captured it there at the end. What I'm hearing is it seems to be a consistent theme around wanting to ensure that you are testing and adjusting throughout rather than a set and forget model that the member across might be advocating for in terms of making sure that actually we're able to respond, as you mentioned at the start, around the significant evolution in the scheme over time, such as mental health and sensitive claims, where prevention programs would never have been a part of what ACC do. So it seems to me that you're saying instead, actually, we need to have a higher level of responsiveness to be able to adapt to a changing need, to constantly reassess and check whether or not that investment is getting the maximum possible return in the context of always competing priorities for investment, and make sure that we are driving efficiency, evolution of the service for clients ultimately.
Yeah, and be contestable. Just because one group or one organisation has a program in place doesn't mean that there are potentially other programs that may have the potential for a better result. So I'm not of the view that just because ACC has funded a program once, twice, 3 times or 4 times, that is then a green light for that never to be questioned and for it just to be maintained without review, without investigation, and without an insight into the results. I had an opportunity relatively recently to visit Australia, Canberra and Sydney, and I think Mr. van der Molen, one of the things that became immediately apparent to me is that we should be grateful for the system that we have. It's not perfect, but by crikey, we don't have different schemes for different jobs or professions in different states that are different results. And, if you break your leg in Queensland, you're going to get a different result if you break your leg in New South Wales. And if you're a truck driver, you get a different result than if you were a police officer. At least our scheme is comprehensive, nationwide, accessible for all, and notwithstanding that it has some challenges, it's still an incredibly good scheme. And the vision and foresight of the Sir Owen Woodhouse Royal Commission has withstood the test of time. Does that mean it doesn't need tweaking and changing from time to time? Of course it does, but those should be tweaks and changes that are designed to improve the scheme in a way that provides better outcomes for individual New Zealanders when they have an accident or are injured.
Right.
A question around the 3 significant reviews that have taken place at ACC this year. I'm interested to know the steps that you have taken as Minister to ensure that ACC is properly addressing the concerns that were raised in those reviews, and specifically, because we are short of time, the cultural review. So your steps as Minister.
Yes, so the cultural review was a board instigated review. The previous chair, Dr. Tracy Batten, and her board instituted that review. It came on the back of a number of relatively high profile senior management issues. I was pleased to see, as a result of the review, the cultural review, that the chief executive accepted all of the recommendations. And one of the things that I have asked ACC to do via the board, or I've asked questions of the board, is what are you doing in terms of monitoring the outcomes and changes for as a result of the cultural review? I don't know, Jan, if you have got any comment on that you'd like to make?
No, I explained to the committee before that it's a fundamental part of the turnaround plan, and it will be monitored and overseen by the board.
It's more your steps as Minister, so I've heard from ACC.
So that's my role as Minister is to liaise with the board chair and the board, and then the board that has a relationship with the chief executive and the senior management team. There are nearly 5,000 people employed by ACC. It's a big entity. It's a big entity with lots of moving parts, lots of different people doing, as far as I can see, really good work. And I've had, as I mentioned earlier, Mr. Chair, an opportunity to visit now a number of the ACC sites, and I've been truly impressed with the calibre of the people that are working there and the difficult decisions that they have to make, not just on a daily basis, but multiple times a day. They are making decisions that impact on people's lives and their work experiences, and they do it in a way that, as far as I can see, is professional, empathetic, and always has the best interests of the client at heart.
By way of some concluding remarks, be interested in whether or not you want to add any comment to feedback we had from the leadership of ACC earlier today around the fact that last year's focus on financial spend and how to spend money wisely had resulted in a number of positive outcomes for ACC in the measures of success. And just any thoughts from you as the Minister in terms of the government's focus on how ACC was spending money last year and how it's actually transpired through the year under review?
Well, each of those nearly 5,000 people at ACC has a responsibility for the money that they are spending or investing on behalf of the clients of ACC. That money has to come from somewhere. And in ACC's case, it comes from levy payments, which have been increased recently, and or taxpayers. So the Minister of Finance has an unlimited liability in terms of funding ACC. That's why we have Abigail X. It's because that is a priority. The Finance Minister can't just say, "Oh no, we're not going to fund ACC this year," or "We're not," or whatever. That is an obligation that she has. Any Finance Minister has. So the focus on getting value for money, and that's why, for instance, I'm very keen to have a look at procurement schemes and opportunities for better, more efficient procurement of equipment and services. I think that's a good indication of where ACC has potential to provide better dollar value for both levy payers and indeed the taxpayer.
Thank you very much, Minister, for joining us this afternoon. Thanks again to the team from ACC and from MB. And I'm sure we'll see you all again soon.
You will do. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members.
Welcome, Jane. Welcome, Sean. Welcome to the Education and Workforce Select Committee for your first, I think, official meeting with us with the Charter School Agency. We've got an hour with you this evening. We'll give you an opportunity to hear some opening remarks and then open it up for questions.
Thank you, everyone. If I can introduce Juliet Hayes, who is our Head of Performance, and Dwayne McGibbon, who is our Head of Strategy and Corporate. Just for the awareness of the committee, this is my last act as the Chief Executive of the Charter School Agency. Technically, I finished my role about 10 minutes ago, It's now on my time. And I would have to say that I'm probably the first person in history to attend select committee on a voluntary basis. So I look forward to sharing the successes and achievements of the Charter School Agency. Just to give you some background, my role was the Establishment Chief Executive, and I was tasked with establishing the agency and opening schools in term 1 of this year. I started my role in July 2025, the 15th of July to be accurate. And as a result, we have schools opened and an agency established. You're most welcome to answer any questions, and if I can't answer them, I will refer them to my colleagues.
Right, Lawrence. Sorry, we'll agenda it.
No, you go. Oh, kia ora, thank you very much. So just looking at what the agency's strategic priorities are, one of them was supporting effective and robust authorisation. Recently, the Bangers Trust put forward a charter school bid for Kelston Boys High that caused ongoing and prolonged stress for the community and the school, despite that application since having been withdrawn. Are there any learnings from the recent Kelston Boys High School attempted charter school conversion that the agency is now applying to the process or decision for state school charter school conversions?
Under section 212F of the Education and Training Bill, as you will see that a sponsor and a community member can make an application to become a charter school. That was the case in relation to Kelston. What we do as an authorisation board, that the authorisation board must undertake a thorough consultation process as part of that. And part of that learning is to ensure that we capture all of the views of the community. And we will continue to do that as part of the Act, is ensure that there is support from the community, which Kelston sponsor could demonstrate that they had at that time during the interview process.
Supplementary. So, I mean, in this situation, the Bangers Trust allegedly attempted to infiltrate the school board of trustees via the election so as to influence the charter school conversion decision. Is this a danger the agency had or is now taking into consideration with their processes and decision-making around the conversion of state schools to charter schools?
Just to clarify, our job is to support the application process. It is the authorisations board's job to approve applications. They approve those applications against the Education and Training Bill and the criteria that was set.
So is that something that you, in your supporting role, became aware of the authorisation board having knowledge of and dealing with?
So our job in relation to that is providing the information to the authorisation board around the application process. And during the application process, Kelston could demonstrate that they had support from parts of their community, which the authorisation board took into account. The next process in that step was to undertake their own due diligence and consultation. And that is one of the stop measures to ensure that there is full community backing. If there isn't full community backing, it is very unlikely that the authorisation board would approve an applicant to contracting.
How is full community backing determined?
So as you will see in the Act, that the authorisation board must undertake consultation with the community, it must undertake consultation with the board, and it must undertake consultation with the students. That would have been the case.
So just in terms of that, we know that there was a person associated with the trust.
So hold on.
Not on the...
Sorry. We need to ask questions about the strategic intent from that period, not about a specific case.
Right.
I've let that run for a while, so let's lift it up and take it back to the year in review or strategic intent issues since the period closed.
Sure. So how many other bids has the agency received for charter school conversions from state schools?
So in relation to that, we have currently have had, excuse me, I just need to refer to my notes. So we have had currently, we had 78 new applications we received. Of those, 35 were new schools in 2024. Of 12 of those new schools, 8 schools were opened. In relation to your question, there have been 16 formal expressions of interest from converting schools.
State schools converting,
Yes.
yeah. And can you,
State integration.
sure. And can you provide an assurance that other state schools won't experience the type of pressure that we saw Kelston Boys High School experience?
In answer to that question, that is a legislation setting, as you can see, and as part of the Act, that a sponsor with a community member can make an application.
Just in terms of the agency's strategic priorities, I mean, one of them is growing the charter school network to offer choice and flexibility. But we've seen in this very recent case the pressure exerted on state schools. Do you alert the Ministry of Education about schools like Kelston Boys who have had bids made by private groups to take over their schools?
That's part of the consultation process and part of the authorisation board's process in seeking the views of the Ministry of Education and the Education Review Office.
So they do that, not you directly. And do you track that in terms of, I mean, you have a supporting role, a role to grow. So I'm just trying to understand your role versus their role in all of this process.
So in relation to the process around conversions, the school will make, or the sponsor makes an application, it's a converting school in line with the Act. As part of that application process, the authorisation board seeks the views of the community, of ERO, the community and the Ministry of Education as part of the application process.
I'm going to start from Lawrence.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just a couple of subs. I think on this sort of converting school angle, you're absolutely right that, section 1215, I believe, is quite clear. But do you see that setting, now we've seen instances where one person can do that. Do you see that setting for converting schools too low?
That's not something I can answer. That is policy setting. Our job is to actually implement policy setting, and in this case, a community member made an application to the authorisation board.
Okay. I have 2 questions regarding.
Hold on, sorry, supplementary?
Yes. Just on the, okay, because the context, we don't get to have any scrutiny with authorization board, and in terms of the supporting role that you play to the authorization board, this is the best, the most appropriate time for it. Just in terms of not so much converting, but looking at new ones, what sort of advice did you provide to the authorization board when the authorization board signed a contract with a non-existing charitable trust, namely the New Zealand Performance Academy Aotearoa Charitable Trust?
Can you clarify that question for me?
So essentially, the authorization board approved a new academy, but that charitable trust, the sponsor, doesn't exist.
Yeah. So when the authorization board approved the sponsor for contracting, there was an error through the contracting process where the trust changed its name. So it was an administrative error. Therefore, we contracted with an entity that did not exist because they had changed their name partway through, which we picked up, and as a result, we checked our processes. We had fairly strong, robust processes around that. And we have since put in further robust processes around due diligence and ensuring that the contracting sponsor is actually the sponsor all the way through the contract process. So from our perspective, it was an administrative error that wasn't raised, but we acknowledged that there was one.
Thank you. And just on some of the schools that was open in the beginning of the year, this is my last supplementary application process, Chair. there were two French language immersion programs. That was in Remera, in Tamaki Makaurau. What sort of feedback or guidance did you sought from the Agence pour l'enseignement français à l'étranger, or AEFE, who is the French board that approves all accredited French language academies globally?
So in relation to the application, the authorisation board seeks information on the value and need of the network, and they will they look at what the applicant has done or sponsor, potential sponsor has done to ensure that there is a need for them in the network.
No, but as in, was the French agency who's responsible for all global French immersion programs, did you check if they have the right accreditation when the charter schools
Question
are?
for the authorisation board. Got a Parmjik's question.
A fine with new one.
Yep.
So thank you. So the purpose of having charter schools is to provide options in the system. So there needs to be interest. So very keen to understand what kind of interest you're seeing from parents wanting to enroll their children in charter schools, and kind of overall how the enrollment is.
So as you will be aware, we have had close to 130 applications over the 2 years. Am I correct in that? And what we are seeing in relation to parents are wanting something different for their children, which is the is the kaupapa and the ideology that sits behind charter schools. So from what we have seen, there is a need, or from a parent's perspective, for something different for their children to access in the way of education. And the feedback that we've had from some of these parents has been around heightened rates of attendance, children seeing themselves as capable and confident learners, and having attended school more than they have in the past is the data that we have at the moment.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. Thank you.
Vanessa Wiener.
Thank you very much. Yeah, obviously quite a huge undertaking to build a organisation from scratch in such a short amount of time. So can you talk us through some of the major risks and challenges that you have faced during that process, and what are the things you needed to do to overcome some of those?
So one of the risks is the fact that how charter schools are perceived in the education network is a risk that we've had to overcome. We've overcome that risk by stepping into unions and discussing the purpose of charter schools and revisiting that. The other challenges have been, as you will know, the agency was established in July. It had no enabling legislation. I walked into an agency with 3 other people, and there was the expectation that you will have schools opened. So we worked at speed, but also ensuring there was an application process underway when I walked in to the door. We made sure that we had around the application process, Audit New Zealand sit in the room and watch us undertake that process, so that we were working within the frame that we needed to work within. As you know, it takes 2 years to actually open a school. We did that in 6 months. If there is some learning from that, there will always be learning, and that is, how do you support the sponsor? How do you provide the back office when you've got a staff of 16 to do that? So yes, we have some learnings, and those are around what will we look like going forward? What do we put in place to continue to put in place and review around our practices around approval and contracting?
Thank you.
Thank you. Willow Jean.
Oh, kia ora. So I just have some questions around the number of students attending charter schools.
Yes.
Do you have that information for each of the schools?
Well, yes, we do. However, the information has been not released to allow those schools to establish, but what we can tell you in September 2025, we have 427 students in the network
Across how many schools?
across 8.
But are there some with very large numbers and some with very small? Like what's the range? What's
So we
the
have-
highest and the lowest?
Well, we have a range of schools.
I'm not asking the name of the
Yeah,
school.
yeah. We have schools that have a range of in between 30 right through to over 100 students. And what we see, because we do collect attendance and enrolment data, what we can see is a trajectory of increased roles. So those schools will be meeting their roles that they proposed in 2025 at the end of this year. Most of those schools will be at, if not all, will be at their establishment roles.
And will that information for each of the schools then be publicly available, since they have then had that opportunity that won't compromise their commercial viability, I think was the reason that was given as to why the information was being withheld. So when will the public get to know this information?
So performance data will be available next year.
And that will include
That
what
will
their
include, yes,
enrolments are,
as part
for
of their
example.
annual review and annual reporting.
Thank you. And supplementary.
Supplementary Punchy.
So just very keen to understand when you report on performance, especially in regards to educational achievement, how does this compare with like how the performance of state schools is reported? So can you provide if there is any difference?
So just to be clear, it was agreed that charter schools would report after 1 year of establishment in relation to achievement and progress. And that will be able to be compared against state integrated schools. However, what we do know, we have collected interim data, and what we can see from that interim data is that most students have made sufficient rates of progress, and in some cases accelerated rates of progress. Would you like to add to that?
The main thing to know is that although the information isn't made publicly available yet, that we are monitoring schools' achievement and progress and attendance. So we know that schools have got systems in place and that they are using the achievement information and attendance information to make plans for improvement for students who need that in real time.
So there is no difference in reporting. It will be, we can compare it, no difference in reporting, state schools versus charter schools.
So to ensure that there is a comparison between charter schools and state schools, the assessment tools that are used are being used in state schools as well. So and we also have the same levels. We also have the same targets as state schools in relation to achievement.
Great, thank
I'm going to go to Lawrence for his sub.
Just
do it, and then I'll come back to you.
Yeah, a quick sub, and this ties into what Pamjit is asking. Let's say, for example, for attendance, can you compare apples to apples between a state and state integrated school and charter schools? Are they using the same benchmark?
Yes,
in terms of
sorry.
Okay,
they are.
Okay, great. That's all. Thank you.
Right,
sure.
That's helpful.
Well, mine's kind of the same. I recall when my children went to high school and they were tested by Canterbury University test they did to assess them in high school, which bore no resemblance to their primary school reports. It was okay in those games, but when I spoke to the principal of the high school, he said, well, the reports are meaningless because they don't say anything. And some kids that are supposed to be reading at their age level are illiterate, basically, when they arrive at school. So while they're using the same metrics, which is what you've just said, are those metrics, have they improved in the last 10 years? Or, I mean, is it a recognised test that I know you're using the same ones that the state schools are doing, but as far as I know, they're not all worth that much.
In response to that, that would be a wider system question to ask. That's not something that the charter school agency can ask. What we do and can assure you and parents and community that we use the same testing and to ascertain achievement levels than state and state integrated schools. And we have the same expectations around meeting targets through their contracts.
The assessment tool that you're referring to is not one of the ones that we is set as one of the performance measure tools.
The University, Canterbury University.
No, we use nationally referenced tests like PATs and EASTOLs.
Hello, Jen.
Thank you. Just one on the performance one and then back on my numbers one that I was asking earlier. What happens if a charter school doesn't meet those targets? And will they be given the whole year to do that? Or are you doing interim measurements along the way?
So we collect the data twice yearly. So as you will see, as part of the charter schools, there is an intervention framework, and the intervention framework can vary from a graduated one where actually you receive a letter, phone call and monitoring, and more serious, which would take a lot of working through, is where if outcomes are continually not improved, then there will be discussion around termination of the contract. Do you have anything to add, Esty?
So failure to meet the performance, moving towards the target is all New Zealand schools' aims, and everyone's on a trajectory to do that. For charter schools, the minimum performance threshold is the measure that they are held to account for as they continue to move to reach the target. An intervention doesn't necessarily mean a school is closed and children have to leave. There's other stages that can be put in place.
Thank you. So how many teachers at the charter schools are currently on a limited authority to teach?
I don't have that information to hand, but I can get that to you.
Yeah, thank you.
We don't necessarily keep information about individual school staff. We verify that they're meeting their standard minimum compliance, which is that 75% of their teachers are fully registered and that the remaining 25 do have limited authorities to teach. So as long as they are within that those boundaries, then we don't keep information about individual school staffing.
So there's no point in us putting that as a follow-up question because you don't have the information.
Potentially.
We can collect that information.
Okay, so we'll put it as a question if you're able to get the data.
I'd also be interested in how many charter schools have employed people on that limited authority to teach for more than 6 months.
Yep.
Is that something you would be able to get?
That's something that we could look at.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Not on that line.
Lawrence.
Thank you, Chair. I want to just check in terms of, let's look at in terms of the budget allocations for charter schools from 2024 to 2025. So within the 2024 budget, which is what we're reviewing, $21.482 million was given. Within that, the department expenditure was $6.8 million. So that leaves $14.6 million. Based on what we saw with budget 2025, that entirety amount has been spent. That is $68,000 per student. If you remove, based on the fact sheet that is on the charter school agency website for the establishment cost, depending on the size for new small schools, converting schools, composite schools, etc., roughly you're looking at the proportion of establishment cost being 24.4%. So with that, then you are left with still a significant portion of that. Now, noting that when we are looking at student roll, we have to take the student roll as at the end of the budget year. Therefore, we cannot include the latest student roll based on this budget year, including the 8th new school. So that leaves roughly 331 students as of the end of budget 2024. If you do the calculation with the non-department expenditure minus the establishment cost, that works out to be about $33,000 per student, which is roughly 3 times what state and state integrated schools are given. Would that number be correct?
Hold on, can we just pause? That's not a question for the agency. The agency's budget is 6.8 million. So you can ask questions in relation to the agency's budget, but not the wider policy.
I think I can.
Well, I'm the chair and I'm saying you can't. So
I'll let you two work that out.
Yeah. You can ask questions related to the agency's budget. This is scrutiny of the agency.
Of the budget?
Not of the
Including the
agency.
non-department expenditure.
Lawrence, the agency's budget is $6.8 million. You can ask questions about that number, not wider than that.
Okay.
If you've got a question on that, I'll give it to you. Otherwise, I'm going to someone else for the question.
Can I check then, has the agency and or what has been budgeted for in 2024 for charter schools, has that all been spent?
No, I think the amount that you referenced there was in the estimates, and so that's correct. We were allocated 6.829 million in the 24-25 financial year. That was a revised estimate down from the original 12.8 million that was drawn down as part of the budget 24 contingency. What we spent of that in 24-25 for the department was 5.917 million.
So, but then just checking, that drawn down and that wasn't picked up on in budget 2025 when you're looking at the previous year's review. How come?
I think this is the first annual review that we've been subject to.
Correct.
So this is, so that's
I understand that.
That's the year-end position for the actuals. What happened through that process is we handed back 4 million of that for reprioritisation within the education sector. We also reprioritised 2 million of that also for charter school funding as well.
So, sorry, could you just repeat the number of what was the exact expenditure for the charter school agency and for the department?
The departmental expenditure, 5.917 million actual expenditure for the 24-25 financial year.
And what was allocated was 6.829, right?
That was the revised allocation.
With $913,000 returns to Crown.
So there was about 12.8 million originally allocated, and we reprioritised about half of that to hand back to other purposes.
So can I just check a clarification from you, Chair? If we can't ask about non-department expenditure and performance, then we can't ask any of the previous questions we asked about what they're doing in terms of whether schools are attending, whether schools are achieving. Because if the reason students are achieving is because students are getting 3 times what the state and state integrated schools are getting, I think that's an important thing for us to know, that with more funding per student, students do better.
We can keep your policy questions for when the minister comes in. I've been very liberal with what I've allowed us to ask in the first half an hour. I would like us to focus on the agency's review. This is our opportunity to review the performance of the agency in doing its job. So let's focus on that.
Okay.
Can I just clarify, the return of money to the centre, if you like, was around us finding efficiencies in the way that we established and set up. We also reprioritised money to ensure that we could open more schools and meet the demand with that reprioritisation. Do you have anything else to add to that?
That's correct. I think we focused on things like contract negotiation being in-house rather than outsourced, and looking for those efficiency opportunities that were available to us, and leaning on our colleagues within the education sector, like the Ministry of Education, who's helped quite a lot with the setup of this and the implementation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm a little bit confused because the government has allocated $153 million in budget 2024 to establish the 15 new charter schools and convert around 35 charter schools. Are you saying outside of the $6+ million for the department, we can't ask questions about any of that other 153 million?
It's in the report.
That's what the government's allocated to charter schools.
And they're the agency responsible to achieve the government's policy objective, which is to establish approximately 15 new charter schools and convert 35.
So do you pay that money out, or is that managed by?
They do.
Yes, we are responsible for administering that appropriation, which includes the non-departmental funding.
So that
We-
means.
Yeah,
We will
okay,
deliver
well,
the
we'll
funding
have
against the
a,
contract.
have another go at asking the questions.
So might go back to Lawrence's questions
Yeah.
on that, and then I can sum up that one.
So if the questions about the management of the money, comfortable. If we're getting into the politics of good or bad spend, that's where I'm going to rule them out.
Well, this is all about performance.
This is not
so,
about
yeah.
good or bad spend, but this is about how much is being spent.
Right.
I have neither feeling
sorry,
nor
happy
near
to-
there about whether the spend was good.
Yes, so could you just ask that question again, because there's a few figures you quoted, were you after
So-
clarification of the non-departmental?
Basically, if we're looking at the student role, so we're looking at per student, and that's how ops funding for state and state integrated school works, and we scrutinize Ministry of Education. But like we just said, you're responsible for the budget for charter schools. So there were in 2004 to 2024 to 25, there were $14.6 million allocated to non-department expenditure, and that's specifically for the establishment plus operations of charter schools. Within that, we can only look for that one particular year in terms of the row. And the latest row I have for the end of that financial year is 7 charter schools with a row of roughly 331. Because the 8th school that was established in July is featured in 2025 budget. So within that 7 schools row, $14.6 million was spent. I understand there's the establishment cost because all of them were new, none of them were converting. Based on Charter School Agency's own website for proportionality of establishment schools, you're looking at 20.4% of the funding towards the school goes into its establishment. So if we remove that amount from the equation, then the rest is left to what is comparable to the ops funding for state or state integrated schools. And the number I have for that is $30,000 per student. Is that number correct? What number do you have in terms of the per student funding?
We don't calculate that in terms of per student funding. What I can let you know is that from the budget allocation in the non-departmental for paying schools and sponsors, that there was 10.915 million paid in actual payments made to sponsors for the 24-25 financial year. And that reflected a breakdown of 6.348 million in one-off establishment funding.
Sorry, 10.9.
So the total funding allocated to schools, 10.915 million for the financial year. That included 6.348 million in one-off establishment funding. So I think that's the amount you are seeking to put aside for your calculation. And 4.567 million in operational entitlement funding, and that largely relates to the role that's used. It's not accurate to divide that by the number of students currently in the school, because large significant portion of year 1 funding is based on an establishment role, and the establishment role is a realistic evidence-based forecast of what it's likely to be in term 5 of their operation. So there's some complexities obviously to the funding formula, but we're not involved in negotiating what is paid. We are just involved in applying that formula, and we can give you that information.
If you could provide the formula, that would be helpful. Can I just check 6.348 for establishment and 4.6?
657, sorry, it's 4.567 million. I'm sorry, entitlement funding.
Can I just have one more sub on this? So 6.348 million for establishment cost. That's quite a lot compared to what you have on your website in terms of fact sheet for the proportion for establishment cost. Have you been using how is that so different from what is there? Because if you're looking at a small new composite or a small new secondary, let's say small new secondary or composite, which is what most of the schools are, and I'm guessing 36 row, that's primary plus secondary. Establishment cost, I'm guessing over here is it's 169,928. That's for a row of 36. How did you manage to spend $6.8 million on establishment for 7 schools?
Yeah, Establishment, it's not done on a ratio basis in terms of 60-40 or anything like that. So that the amount that was paid out would have been for some schools that were operating and also some schools that were not yet operating and contracted to open in a future date.
Would you be able
Can I just ask a
to?
clarification question there?
Yeah.
Who sets that equation?
That's set through policy. So these are policy decisions that
Of
go
the-
through the ministry to the minister.
Yeah.
And we apply those through the contract.
Which was part of what I was saying about
We don't
maybe
need to-
some of these questions for the ministry and
Yeah.
for the minister as opposed to the agency.
Yeah, we don't need to draw into that, I think. If you're able to provide, that's very helpful. But I guess the question I have now, Chair, is for 7 schools, and some of them are already operating, to spend nearly $7 million on establishment, that's, and not, because I'm guessing when you say establishment, you mean both CAPEX and OPEX.
Yeah, I mean, they use the funding for a variety of, it's operating.
They don't get CapEx.
But they use it for a variety of things for around fitting out the school, investing in their initial IT, furniture and equipment, staffing, property related costs. Those are typically what establishment funding is.
Would you be able to, without giving us the names of the schools, which I'm less interested in, a breakdown of how much was given per school? Because again, that's $1 million per school. Right.
What we'll do, we'll put a
Yeah.
request for some consideration you can make offline around what you can and can't
Yeah.
provide.
Yes.
It'll depend on how it's phrased,
And
but some of it's.
we'll
commercial.
keep the questions on the formulas for the appropriate ministry and minister. My stuff, before I go to Parmji on this is,
I was just going to just say this about the cost thing. I think if you're just looking at one figure, we might think it's quite big, but what are we comparing it with? And what does that involve? So, yeah.
which was actually
Well,
my
it's a
question,
street-
is
so
the,
This is,
Yeah.
for
Okay.
your internal consideration if you,
right, let's bring this back together. One speaker at a time. My question is, do you have any comparison when you're setting this up? Or I understand you made the comment that you don't manage the contracting, but do you see any comparison for what the amount would be spent on the establishment of a government school?
Yeah, we do have some indication of that. It's not a consideration in terms of applying the charter school funding model, but it's if you were to say look at the second year of a charter school's operation, that's probably much more likely to be a equivalent figure to what a state school is receiving. We do know that state schools are eligible for a fixed funding component as part of their base funding, and sometimes some funding for up to 3 years to get going, whereas charter schools have had far less than that to start up. Some of the state schools actually receive senior staffing salaries for a whole year before students arrive. So those equivalents are there, and we know that these are comparable figures when you take the per student amounts. They're actually derived from the same figures and criteria that state school funding is provided. So the equity index and the roll size and a range of other factors determine that. There's no one amount that's allocated per student, but those same factors are published on our website. in
So
July.
instead of comparing this number to the average student cost in a state school, the appropriate comparison, if it was to be done by members, would be to an establishment cost in a state school, a new state school, which is established.
So I mean, if it's helpful, we can provide some of those examples.
You can provide some of the examples and
those-
calculations would be helpful.
I think what we need to reiterate here is that our charter schools are mostly funded on per student basis, and that the funding is broadly equivalent to state schools with similar roles and characteristics. I think that is what we should have probably said from the beginning.
Point well made. Can we move on to another topic?
New question.
Yep, fire away, Lauren.
Just very quickly, this is quite a short question. Can I just ask how many charter schools are currently accepting international students?
I don't have it.
None at the moment.
None at the moment. Thank you.
Sorry,
but do you want that recorded?
Can I just reiterate that there aren't any receiving, but there have been schools that have applied to receive international students to the Ministry of Education.
How many would you know out of that?
I don't have that answer off the top of my head.
We can check later.
I do know that that's the case.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, Jen.
I just have a question around managing conflicts of interest. I want to know what your role is. I don't know how that can be extended to the authorisation board's role, but the management of the conflicts of interest, if I come back to the strategic plan, which is supporting effective and robust authorisation.
So in relation to conflict of interest, our authorisation board who make the decision declare their conflicts of interest at each board meeting. And there are some practices that the authorisation board take around that, whether a board member removes themselves from being part of the decision-making process to respond. So we do have processes for identifying conflicts of interest, mitigating and managing conflicts of interest.
Does the agency play the board secretariat role?
Correct.
Yeah, so you have oversight of that, like they don't manage themselves and are only accountable to themselves.
No, we provide the secretariat and we ask at every meeting whether there are any new conflicts of interest that they need to declare.
It's a different question. Can I do that one? Thank you. So just looking at questions, the responses to written questions on page 23. Question number 21 was around complaints, and I just found it was sending us to go and do all of the homework ourselves. I am interested to know if the organisation has received complaints or if you're aware of complaints about the organisation extending to the authorisation board and charter schools. What does that landscape look like?
So we have had, as you'll know, that there is high interest in charter schools, and that we've had 78 applications for new schools. If you do the maths, that doesn't divide into 15 very well, and there have been some potential sponsors that have been disappointed, and that they have raised the process as a result, and we have responded to the fact that when we are making those applications, that Audit New Zealand is sitting in the room watching us process those applications.
And then just in terms of, anybody got us up on that one? Yeah. On page 33, this is around procurement, so I could have brought it up earlier, but I was just concerned to see the comment there on page 33. This is about how many contracts are valued at over $1 million that were awarded in 24-25. And we aren't provided with any details in the list of schools that are there. And the comment that the total contract value over the term of the 10-year contract cannot be reported as it is not currently known. And yet we are hearing the possibility now of that being extended out to 20-year contracts without knowing the value of those.
So once the school has the establishment funding after their first year, it then moves to role-based funding, and the students that are actually sitting in the seats at the time. So it is very hard for us to forecast that and calculate that. So there is shifting in relation to funding and what the schools will receive as a result of what their roles
and that continues to change throughout the 10-year period, potentially throughout a 20-year period. Like, how do we know how much we're signing up for?
Well, don't.
Well, that's part of growing the charter school network and ensuring that you are paid for the students that are there and sitting in the seats. So it moves to actual funding as opposed to notional fund.
But they
similarly
can potentially lock in
demand-driven.
10 and then another 10 based on a starting number and then increase that and get that amount of money per student?
It's based on the actual number of students that enrol. So after the first year of establishment, and that is comparable with what happens in new schools and state systems, that they get an establishment, get establishment funding. Once that our establishment funding is for 1 year, and then after that, it moves to actuals, and how many students that you have currently enrolled is what you receive funding on.
They're getting at 10 and 10.
Supplementary from me, which might help clarify. So I'm understanding this correctly. They get an establishment amount in year 1,
Yes.
which is based on a projected establishment number, which has been verified through a process. And then they get a per student amount for the 10 plus potentially 10 years, as Willow Jean Prime referred to. But ultimately, that could end up being 0 if they're not a good school and no one wants to go there.
Correct.
Or could be significant within some cap, I imagine, for what their enrolment cap is. Is that?
That's right.
That's exactly right. So if their role goes down, they'll get less funding. If the role goes up, they'll get more. And their contract
there
will
is a
set
cap.
some physical constraint capacities, perhaps in a property or those other sorts of matters that restrain the number that they can hold.
Great, thank you for that clarity.
That.
Lawrence.
I'm interested to know, because the idea is that then, unlike state-to-state integrated school, a lot of that is zoned. They get the number of students and then they get funded proportionally to that. Charter schools, sort of, what you're saying is operating in a similar way where their funding is dependent on role. But the difference being there's no zones for charter schools. They have to find the students. So I guess the difference there being that charter school then functions in some ways like private schools, where they have to do active recruitment and advertisement to try and get students to go to charter schools. How do you have any information about how charter schools are then using that funding to recruit for more students, which again, state schools in general doesn't need to do?
Our job is to ensure that they have the funding to provide outcomes in relation to student achievement and progress. Very similar to other schools, they will advertise for students. It's very clear that in the charter school network, that when a parent wishes to enrol a child in a charter school, there is no enrolment scheme. They have to be accepted. Where there's designated character, then they have to sign up to the kaupapa and vision and values of that particular school. So in relation to your question, the idea and ideology that sits behind charter schools is to grow the network and to provide choice and for parents. Therefore, there is no zoning as a result of that. Their job is to deliver against the contracts that they've signed up around achievement, attendance, and providing a safe environment for learners.
I think that's part of the model as well, is that the funding's kind of given to them as bulk funding. So if they want to spend more or less of that on various components and ramp up their advertising, that is available to them, but we hold them to the board will hold them to the contracted outcomes.
I'm just really interested, actually, this was my original supplementary, but so in terms of signing up to the kaupapa of that particular school, are any of them teaching the knowledge-rich curriculum?
That's the school decides on its curriculum. And what we contract for is outcomes in relation to student achievement. So we have a number of schools that are providing curriculum that is not NZC. We have some that are undertaking baccalaureate. We have some undertaking Cambridge. And their commitment is that they increase and improve outcomes for learners.
I just thinking about that, I mean, it's quite interesting because that's really the localizing and tailoring of the curriculum to suit their students' need, and yet in the state schools they're moving to the prescribed knowledge rich. I wonder if that might then create more desire for charter schools. I'll leave that there. My
I
question,
can't possibly respond to that.
I just am really interested in the reporting around if a charter school doesn't achieve the performance targets that have been set. I think you talked about how the performance targets were set before and then what the intervention plan was if they weren't achieving those. But what can we expect in terms of accountability around the reporting if the targets for their performance are not being met?
So I think we have quite a robust performance framework where they are reporting twice yearly in relation to their outcomes. We also have part of it intervention as well. I mean, I think Julie is our performance monitor.
Yeah, so they're reporting at twice yearly and then publicly publish their annual report in May. So charter schools' performance against their contracted outcomes are made public.
So that'll be May next year.
Yes.
Yeah, and we don't have any idea what those will look like. Because
we will know.
We don't know what's been negotiated in the contracts and so on.
So the contract's pretty clear about reporting attendance, reporting achievement, and reporting outcomes against. That's pretty much the framework of the contract is that you will improve student achievement and progress.
Financial performance.
In financial performance. If you don't, there are some interventions. I mean, I think the most challenging intervention is that you could have your contract terminated as a result of not performing.
Any final questions?
Yeah, I'm just interested around compliance. So I'm looking at, for example, when you're looking at the standard minimum compliance on page 24 of your report. ERO does the pre-establishment checks, so that's good to see. 3 came back non-compliant, but you said it addressed promptly, and they're all reasonably minor, so that's fine. When it comes to, for example, so, when you're looking at PTEs, for, NZQA is quite stringent. You were used to have, not anymore, but the external evaluation review would have no choice. When you get an independent body going in there and review it. Based on the report that you were mentioning that's being produced next year in May, who does the external review? Or is it all self-reviewed? Is it ERO?
ERO undertakes a visit after the first year of establishment.
And then?
And then they will go on to regular cycle.
Okay.
Having previously both worked there, it was 3 years. However, that will be for ERO to decide, but they will be part of the review work of ERO going forward.
And would that also, as you said, like the annual report, which is publicly available, the ERO report also presumably
Yes.
when they do it. Okay, that's good to know. Thank you.
Great.
Do you have? Yeah. Okay. I have just moving on to, I guess, a different topic. The idea of charter school obviously isn't new. It's been brought back. So we're looking at sort of some of the things that was happening in the last charter school and also this one. And I'm just curious on one particular area, which is in 2010 to 2017, the criteria of establishing a partnership school or charter school prioritizes areas and communities of the greatest socioeconomic advantage. Do you know why this is no longer the case with the current charter school scheme?
It was part of the policy setting to ensure that all parents across the network have choice in what they wanted their children or students to have access to. And it was about growing a network where that could support innovation across the system.
Okay, so if that was the case, it's no longer in there, then how then do you see the potential concern that then why don't people then open up more charter schools in specific areas like what you're seeing with ECE that maximizes their ability to recruit students, particularly in the well-off areas? So, I mean, for example, we're seeing multiple charter schools being opened in the Auckland Central and Epsom area, because that's also where it is the most affluent.
I think that where you look across the 8 schools that we have, they've been developed, well, established in a range of areas. We've got one in Northland who is specifically around Kaupapa Māori. We have one in Christchurch that is particularly looking at students that haven't attended the school up to 4 years of their schooling. So there is a range. We have a school where there are students accessing curriculum through the arts, who have students who've also not attended. So what we're seeing from our data, that we are getting a range of families and students wanting to enrol in charter schools.
Great. Final question.
Okay, thank you. I'm just trying to figure out what steps the agency is taking and the board. When we look at NZPAA, for example, where the minister made the comment, the school will serve students with serious sporting aspirations, giving them the skills to ignite a professional career. How does that align with the statutory requirement for charter schools to enrol all students who apply irrespective of their sporting performance level?
What I can say is that that particular sponsor is fully aware that if students wish to enrol, then they have to consider the enrolment. And they would
consider it. They don't.
As I've said, a charter school cannot turn down an enrolment. They have to enrol all students if they align to the character of the school. And then we have charter schools that are not special character, where they must enrol. And charter school agency monitors that very carefully, whether students are not being enrolled for any reason whatsoever.
Okay. Good. Thank you so much for the time you've given us this evening, the extra hour at the end of the job that you've done. We appreciate the work that you've done. And hopefully it wasn't too much of a challenging end to the journey you've had at the Charter School Agency. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm off.